Hello, everybody. What's up? Are y'all ready for a next day party? We've been partying Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today. Okay, let me take this back. We party every day here on Rhonda Lovely Sparks. My name is Rhonda. Welcome. And I'm from Texas. And I always say this because it matters. I'm about debunking the lies, the misinformation, the disinformation. Shout out to Mike Aldana. What's up, Mike? Shout out to all of you all from yesterday: Lola, Mike Aldana, Lady Libra, Jeff Lee. The list goes on. Najalista 90s, Daydream 1990, Eric Wallace. I mean, it just goes on and on. It goes on and on and on to the break of dawn. Shout out to everybody. I'm so happy to be back. I have been really thriving. And how I'm thriving is because I've been having this great schedule being committed to every day and sticking with it, and which has been hard for me to stick to any schedule because I have suffered some stress, some anxiety when I'm a reformed person now, but when I was a workaholic. And I just said since I've been retired 4 or 5 years that I was not going to like make this YouTube channel feel like a job, because once it starts feeling like a job, I'm gone. I'm out. I'm out of here. So I have been consistent every day covering the Democrat National Convention. I'm so happy about that as far as, these milestones for me that I'm able to accomplish and make. And shout out to my daughter who showed up. She always shows up. But she was live yesterday. We had a phone conversation, and it's all about with me having a channel, that I have a channel that is as normal as possible. That it's all about my life. When I say my life, I'm talking about keeping my life with great stability, keeping this feel like I feel free, liberated, no bra and no draws. Hey, y'all women out there, you ladies, y'all know I'm talking about. It's so damn restricting. And when you're working your whole life, what is it that we put on? Bra and draws. Okay, leotards, stockings. Hey, Lola. Yeah, Lola hot sauce. Oh my God, Lola there for me yesterday. That's why sometimes I don't like doing any shout outs, because I think I'm going to might just slip and not mention everybody. Lola hot sauce. She's Lola Cowboys, and she loves it when I shout out her name because I put all my energy into it. We had a great Democrat National convention every single day. People are noticing that, and I've had people where it's their first. This is the first time being a part of really understanding and watching DNC and understanding what it's about, what are the policies, what are the legacies, who are the front runners of the Democrat Party, Hollywood, the people who are the rock and roll people who who got the, what do you call that rock and roll, that magazine, um Rolling Stones. My husband's so good. He needs to be on those shows, right? Where you can answer questions and win $1 million. I might have to sign him up. What you think? He'll be so awesome. These are Rolling Stones of our Democrat Party. Biden, Obama's, the Clintons. And let me get to this quickly too, and let's talk about so many things. I'm going to be talking about what's trending today. I'm going to be talking about the Tim Waltz, his son, who has learning disabilities. We're going to be, and we're going to do a shout out to Tim Waltz's son. I want to also talk about why we celebrate, why we dance, and the meaning behind that. Why our party is so different than the RNC, Republican National Conventions, and their culture. I'm going to be talking about next week, announce about next week what I'm going to, start up doing again for next week on the channel. I'm going to be talking about, first of all, food. Y'all know I got to get my food in. Okay. So hubby made me this incredible BLT with fresh cracked black pepper on the tomato. Oh my God. He's ready. Husband is ready. I'm ready. Did y'all check out my post? If you didn't, you gotta check it out. You gotta check it out. My videos that I posted yesterday and this morning, where I'm like, tell me something good. And I'm dancing. I'm dancing, got my arms up. I'm on beat, y'all. Got rhythm. Check it out. It's just a minute. Less than a minute, 59 seconds. And everybody, I see I got some non-subscribers that are listening to me. Y'all smash that like button, share, and subscribe. Because one thing I can tell you, if you're a Republican and independent, we still can be friends. And when I say that, I think it's delightful to be friends with people that you don't understand, people that you can disagree with. It's okay to disagree. It's why you see me having such a pleasant, happy face. And the Democrat Party, they're happy people because what we represent is something that we can live to be true to ourselves and true to others. We're not going against. Oh, hubby gave me breaking news. Beyonce is singing tonight. Oh my God. Oh, she's going to be singing Freedom. Oh my God. I'm so happy. I can't even get this aligned correctly. I got challenges with that. Look, my girl Beyonce. Oh my God. I'm so excited. The reason why I'm screaming because I love Beyonce. I'm a fan of Beyonce. Okay. Number 2, she's from Texas. Duh. Number 3, she loves some Kamala. Duh. Number 4, she donated how much? Millions and millions of dollars to Kamala's campaign. And people kind of, I'm about debunking lies, debunking misinformation, disinformation. A lot of people go, oh, they got all that money. They need to put it here and they need to put it there. Let me tell you what the good old America, United States of America, and how that works. I'll quickly share this with you because I share fun politics. I make politics fun and exciting. So, what happens when you make a certain amount of money? Depends on your bracket. And let's talk about Beyonce's money bracket. It's pretty up there, right? Yes, we can. Look at that. Yes, we can. Hubby just passed this to me. Look at that. That shoe looks so much better than that glitzy, gaudy crap that Trump's trying to push. And when he went to Philadelphia, had a rally in Philadelphia. And because there's mostly Democrat voters in Philadelphia, okay, when he had a rally out there, that he pushed on this gaudy looking Putin trash looking shoe. I just can't. But I can with my husband because my husband's here. Shout out to Hubby.
They're saying Taylor Swift might show up.
Said Taylor Swift might show up. Shout out to Hubby. Say hi.
Hey there.
Say hi. We got people in here that loves my hubby, and he's a Giants fan, and I'm a Cowboys fan, and we're house divided and happily married. Let's get on down the road. We're gonna get on down the road. Well, hubby always corrects me because I'm an artist and I create my own lyrics. And he says it's what?
Ease on down.
He says ease on down. But your girl, I'm creative. I gotta make my own ish up. Okay. Okay. So I say, get on down the road. He always corrects me, and I'm good with that because I stand for correction. That's why I have great moderators who are very close friends of mine. Let me quickly get to Michael O'Donnell. I'll get to Michael O'Donnell when I see him because I want to also correct. There's a video that he sent me that I wanted to also expand a little bit more on that he sent me that I have so much material that I read that I might have misspoke about the video that he actually sent me recently. And it's hot in Texas, so you know your girl got to show her arms. I gotta show my arms, y'all. My mother told me when we were on speaking terms, she told me, rock what you got. If I got my hair, wear it. If wear it, this is my natural hair. My mother said, if you got pretty skin and arms, show them off. Show them off. Mike Aldana says Trump's golden shoe is something placed where the sun don't shine. I gotta pull up my backup because my hearts are covering up what he said. Oh my God. I just love my Mike Aldana. Aldana. Everybody, I've been pronouncing his name incorrectly. So I want people to make sure you tell me how to pronounce your name right. Because I am about perfection. Okay. So Mike Aldana says Trump's golden shoe was better placed where the sun don't shine. Shout out to Mike Aldana, Lola. Everybody sitting in the cut. Subscribe. Subscribe. We could be friends. You're Republican, you're independent. We can still be friends. Because reason why we can still be friends. Just because we vote differently doesn't mean that we can't be friends. It's because we could really learn from each other. I could learn some things from Republicans. I could learn what not to do. Oh, Nippy's going to be here in a minute. Nippy's our cat, our fur baby. She's going to be all up in my face. Mama, you're too loud. She does it. She doesn't like it when I'm over emotional. She does things to calm me down. I really am uh, thankful for my cats. I have 5. We love our fur babies. Shout out to Fur Baby Nation. Let's get on down the road too. Let me get to Mike Aldana. Welcome, Mike Aldana, Lola. Mike Aldana sent me an email, and I wanted to quickly get into that. He sent me an email that it's a video. Representative Olivia Troy, the former advisor to Vice President Mike Pence, clarifying a statement by former press secretary Stephanie Grisham on January 6th. And I wanted to elaborate on that because I get a lot of emails and I probably got my emails mixed about how I responded yesterday. And I did watch it yesterday. I just commented differently. I didn't comment specifically on what she said. And basically, the email says Republicans sees Trump for what he is. And they do. And the one thing I wanted to remind people, take Cowboys in the house. Ah! Yes, they take Cowboys. Oh my God. Welcome back, family. Look at my family. Thank you for your support. Y'all, I'm not going to change who I am. I'm going to change as I evolve when it comes to becoming a better content creator with my content and how I feature things and my backgrounds and like all this and that. When I say change, I'm not talking about changing who I am as a person and what I truly believe in. I'm not going to flip flop on y'all because I'm going to be always a Democrat unless Democrats.
Grandma at the convention.
Okay, so my hubby's got something else for me. This is what you call her?
Somebody's grandma.
Somebody's grandma, and she's got Kamala's a bitch.
Not Kamala's a bitch, Karma.
Oh, Karma. Sorry. I'm reading backwards. I know she wasn't just. Did y'all see me? Is a bitch. Okay. Karma's a bitch. Somebody's grandma is rocking the blue beauty, the beauty of blue. That's right. We love this, Rhonda. Thank you so much. Because I'm needy. I'm transparent about that. When I say I'm needy, I need you. I need the love. I love the love. Thank you so much. And I appreciate you all so much. And shout out to Michael Donna and the email about this woman yesterday who also spoke. A lot of people, it's trending. A lot of Republicans are finally being transparent and speaking out and against. And guess what? We as Democrats have helped our Republican friends to learn how to have uncomfortable conversations, how to talk about race, how to talk about something you love, how to talk about something that you don't love, how to talk that you can say the word black. It's okay to say we're black. I'm black and proud. If you're white and proud, great. If you're Hispanic and proud, great. If you're Asian, Indian, Native American, great. It's okay to say the B word, black. That's not offensive. It's not It's not offensive. It's not offensive. Sometimes my southern drawl jaws kind of get in there, and I'm okay with that. Let's quickly get on down the road too. Um, we have possibly an announcement that Beyonce's going to sing tonight. Of course, Kamala is going to be there formally to accept the nomination. Um, we also want to talk about this beautiful person who is in a wheelchair. His wife came out and did interpretation for him. He was in a wheelchair yesterday or day before yesterday. He has ALS, which is AKA Lou Gehrig's disease. And let's do some education on that just for about 60 seconds. That people with mental, physical disabilities, learning disabilities, learning disability, for which Tim Waltz's son has. My grandson.
I interrupt again. The Dixie Chicks are going to sing the national anthem tonight.
The Dixie
They
Chicks.
call themselves the Chicks.
You're
now.
not interrupting. You have every right. I love your interruptions.
They're called the Chicks now. Remember,
They're called the Chicks,
remember,
not Dixie Chicks anymore.
the Chicks
Hubby said that they're going to be singing the national anthem tonight. So we're going to be, I'm going to hurry up and get through this beautiful list.
Kid Rock. They got Kid Rock.
Yeah, RNC has Kid Rock and Vanilla Ice. Where's Jeff Lee? I need him to see me roll my eyes.
We got Beyonce.
We got Beyonce. We're good. We're all good. I wanted to quickly, it's about ALS and people who show up. Okay? People who are in wheelchairs, people who have mental, physical disabilities. Shout out to all of my beautiful friends who have physical disabilities, right? And mental disabilities. All right, now we're talking about the physical disabilities too. That guess what? You're not supposed to be invisible. That you're not supposed to be shut up and hidden away and pushed under the carpet. That you have a voice and that you are embraced for your voice. That you can speak on it, baby. And that we embrace your voices, how you speak, how you look, how you dress, LGBTQ plus, black, whoever that you are, we love you. We love you. I had someone who subscribed and they said, Rhonda, do you like Mexicans? I said, you dang right I do. I love all people who are not pissing in my Cheerios. And what that means, don't be ishing on my family. Don't sit up there and try to pass legislation that's going to F me over a barrel. I got issues with you if you're doing that. But I embrace human beings, period. I'm not going to go and say, oh, I like the red, yellow, blue. Now, let's be specific. Black, white, Hispanics. Let's don't call Asians yellow. Black and brown, all people. Lots of freckles, you name it. I love you. Red hair, Irish, and Russians if you're not pissing in my Cheerios. I'm just saying. So it was beautiful to see him, this gentleman whose wife interpreted for him what he was saying. And that's what we do, right? There are times my beautiful grandson, um, I don't understand him. I ask his mom, what he say? Because I want to know what he's saying. I want to know when people have speech challenges, I want to hear you. I want to listen to you. Ted Cowboy said, it's okay. We were created in the image of God. We're always wonderfully made. Each race and color. Exclamation, 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 exclamation point. She used four. Shout out to my sister, Sister Star, Cowboy Nation representing in the house. My husband's a Giants fan. Okay, let's get on down to some other misconceptions. Dancing. We dance, right? And let's get into this quickly because I gotta look at my time. Uh, the dancing means for us. Let me educate y'all out there that are speaking negative about us moving and dancing and have all of this beautiful music and people like Little John and stars. We have a right to um, experience and be, is it jubilated? Jubilation? It's beautiful. Let me get to this. Dancing
You
is a
want to read that
universal
again?
Dancing is a universal way to express joy and celebrate significant moments. Here are some few reasons why we dance and celebrate. In case you're out there, Republican and don't understand, I know there's some woke Republicans that do understand. I'm not speaking against the Republicans who are flipping on Trump and voting for Kamala. I'm speaking to those in that party who just don't understand. So let's talk to them. These are reasons why we celebrate cultural tradition. Many cultures have traditional dances that are performed during celebrations, such as in weddings and harvest festivals and religious ceremonies. And these dances help preserve cultural heritage and bring communities together. It's why we dance like we do. The DNC. It's why we dance. Social bonding. Dancing is a social activity that fosters connection and unity. It allows people to share in the joy of the moment and strengthen their bonds with one another. And it also expresses expression of emotion. Dance is it's a powerful form of expression. It allows individuals to convey their happiness, their excitement, and gratitude in a physical and a dynamic way. Dancing, it's physical. And with physical and mental health, dancing is not only fun, but it's also beneficial for physical and mental health. It can reduce stress, improve mood, and provides a sense of accomplishment and so symbolics act in some traditions. Dance is used to symbolize important events or transitions, such as the changing of seasons or rites of passage, like our Mexican Hispanic culture. There is dance. There is dance with Italians. There is dance and rituals for our Jewish families, for the Jewish culture, for American Native, India, people from India, Black African culture. There is dancing. Re, we praise, we dance. So, for those who don't understand why I dance a lot, because I was dancing a lot before the DNC, but this is why we dance a lot, okay? Let's move right along. Also, I'm noticing. Let's do some food here. Let me show you what I'm going to be eating later on. Hubby fixes always great food. He's a great cook. So let's put this out there. It's a BLT with fresh black cracked pepper on that tomato. I'm going to be eating this too. He fixed me some sweet tea. Um, let's get to also that the DNC has daily themes. Monday, it was for the people. Tuesday, the theme was a bold vision for America's future. Wednesday, a fight for our freedoms. And today's theme is for our future. Of course, when I quickly will say for 30 seconds, 60 seconds, I'll quickly say that what the Democratic National Convention is about is that each state has a number of delegates. Okay. And what happens with those number of delegates? These are equivalent to what represents authentically the bread and butter, the meat and potatoes of the party that represents each state. And so there's also a delegates who represent overseas, people who are Americans that are overseas who can't be here. Like, for an example, our military family. There is a large percentage of delegates that have a right to partake into the voting, the roll call, which we saw a couple of days ago with Lil Jon and all our this wonderful DJ Cassidy, who represented each state with their theme song, what fits the each state. He worked on that. Check out my video that I have posted on my YouTube channel that interviews DJ Cassidy and why he put that together and how it was put together. So I wanted to hit on that. On also the trends are about also Tim Walt's son. And Tim Walt's son is an amazing young man who screams out in support of his dad, who is vice president, going to be our future vice president. And his name, Tim Walt's son, is Gus Waltz, who has a learning disorder. And can his visibility help disabled Americans? Yes, it can. Yes, it can. And it says Gus Waltz, who was Tim Walt's son, broke the internet with his tearful love for his dad. And then the bullying began after he did that. So we got to also definitely fight against bullies. I am a devote, even in my job for over 30 years, I've been an ally. I demanded to be an ally. My job had nothing to do with it. And I'm an ally for LGBTQ plus, where people can feel free on all the jobs I had to come to me with conversations or problems or issues and just have a friend, right? To be able to air, to be able to have someone they could trust on the job. And I was an ally. Not that I had one job that I last worked for that supported me officially and verbally, that bought out the company that I worked for. So I was so happy. But Gus Waltz, who has a nonverbal learning disorder as well as anxiety and ADHD, watched excitedly from the front row of Chicago's United Center and sobbed openly yesterday, Wednesday night, as his father, the Democratic nominee for vice president, delivered his acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention. The Minnesota governor was recounting the difficulty of fertility treatment he and his wife Gwen went through to conceive their daughter, Hope, which Planned Parenthood helps with that. Stay woke. There's a way to stay woke. Republicans, the negative Republicans, have put out a lot of bad things of everything beautiful that we speak on. They flip it and they try to turn it to something nasty. And it's not the kind of nasty that I like. It's really dirt. They're just dirt bags who think like that, and who are bringing so much fear into the party. When we talk about Project 2025, we're not lying. We're not trying to bring in fear. Keenan Thompson, a wonderful comedian from Saturday Night Live, came out yesterday also and talked about Project 2025. And he utilized a different format to explain it to people so people can understand what that means. Debunk the lies. We're debunking lies here That's what my channel is about. I was debunking lies, disinformation, and misinformation since I opened my channel. I've been doing that long before I had a YouTube channel. Um, so I want to give some, it says Tim Watts followed it by expressing himself for his family from the stage, saying, Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world and I love you. And Gus Watts jumped up from his seat and tears streaming down his cheeks, pointed his index finger and said, I love you, Dad. Shout out to all of our beautiful people of learning physical disabilities. I love you all. I have a lot of my friends and family that have physical and mental disabilities who are also subscribed. Um, so, the, getting to my chat. So, Tay Cowboys. Mike Aldana says enthusiasm. Yes, the dancing is enthusiasm. Tay Cowboy says, yes, Rhonda, they know he's a criminal and doesn't deserve to lead this country. Shout out to Tay Cowboys. Lola says, Tay, right. And then Tay Cowboy says, I love the Italian culture. My first trip out of the country, I'd like to go to Italy. How beautiful. Let me get up in this. Let's turn the volume up while we talk.
Hello, fellow Democrats.
Welcome to Rhonda's Lovely Sparks.
For the final season
I'm
of the
Rhonda,
convention,
and
I
I'm from
am more than
Texas.
pleased to pass the gavel to co-chair Representative Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The fourth season of the 49th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order.
It's a huge meeting. The DNC is a huge meeting. It's a board meeting. We make everything official.
Please stand if you are able for this evening's invocation, offered by American Federation of Government Employees National President, Dr. Everett Kelly.
T-Lounge said she'll be right back. She has to take a call. Lola, I try to hold back sometimes. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. Tay, I feel you. Mike Aldana, OBGYN, would be facing performing abortion under Project 2025. Yeah, and be criminalized. Women will be put in prison. Doctors will be put in prison. Okay, here we go. So
let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, creator of the universe, help us to rise together in unity and love. The work ahead is monumental. We must heed our call to feed the hungry, heal the sick, and comfort all who suffer. We must conquer fear, injustice, and despair. Our great democracy's foundation is our knowledge that all are equal in God's eyes, that righteous truth, your gift of freedom and equality, are being questioned once again. They're what our forefathers and mothers fought and died for. They died on battlefields, in factories, on farms and picket lines. They died in chains. They died for a better world. Beloved Creator, all this tonight, our democracy is now on the line. In the months that remain, guide Vice President Harris and Governor Walz with your wisdom and your thoughts. Eternal One, hear our prayer. Set our hearts afire that we may never weary in doing with your will in the pursuit of justice. In your Son's name, amen.
Amen. Amen.
Our merciful benefactor of the Creator Redeemer, who opens the way to us to have a good conscience and life. Grant that we continue as a nation out of many one, of people of faith, taking pride in caring for our common humanity. Let us pray that this great nation inspire nations to advance social and economic progress. Oh God, make us among those who seek justice for all. Oh God, help us stand with humanity against hate. Oh God, bless us to approach each day with a feeling of gratitude and remembrance of you. Bless our homes and our schools. Bless us to never be without hope. Bless us in every decision, endeavor, and undertaking. Bless the efforts of the presidency to secure more opportunities for all in our great society. And finally, bless Americans to cherish our freedom and noble essence. Amen.
Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by the Illinois State Police Honor Guard.
Detail. Attention. Carry. Colors. Forward. March. Left. 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 Colors. Colors, sir.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Luna
I'm
Mary,
back. Welcome
sixth
back,
grader
T Lounge.
from Oakland, California.
So glad to see you all back, T Lounge. Lola Cowboys. Mike Aldana.
I pledge allegiance
Tay Cowboys.
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is America. Let's get this hope back up again. Good politics. Let's get in good trouble by voting. This is America. It's been a long time since I put my hand over my heart. It's been a long time since I've been able to do that and say that pledge.
She's a fighter for the American people.
We did.
Committed to our values.
And jubilation.
Our dreams. Bringing joy back across our nation. Where did this strength and passion come from in this daughter of middle-class Oakland?
Oh, here's her story.
Her mother, a South Asian scientist, and her father, a black economist. They took her to civil rights marches and inspired her to pursue her dreams. After her parents divorced, she and her sister were raised by her mother with the help of friends and neighbors, attending Sunday school at the 23rd Avenue Church.
We grew up in this wonderful, loving, supportive environment.
My mother was very well aware that she was raising two black girls to be two black women.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother saved up for 10 years to buy their first home and shared with Kamala the words and wisdom that remain her North Star to this day.
Be a fighter for things that matter and don't be limited by what has always been.
It's beautiful.
And then came a moment that changed Kamala Harris's destiny, that lit the fire within.
When I was in high school, I had a best friend who I learned was being molested by her father. This particular day, she was like, hey, you really, really are not yourself.
There
There's
she
something
is.
going on. I said to her as soon as she told me, well, you have to come stay with us. As you get older, you really, really reflect on how pivotal that intervention was at that crucial point of my life.
Her.
A big part of the reason I wanted to be a prosecutor was to protect people like her.
And on her first day in court, she rose from her chair at the prosecutor's desk and said, Kamala Harris for the people. As a prosecutor, she put violent criminals and sexual predators in prison, leading to the highest conviction rate for serious and violent crime in 15 years, and created Back on Track, a program for first-time low-level drug
Hello,
offenders.
Sugar Daddy One Williams. What's up? Mike Aldana says OBGYN would be facing jail time performing abortion under Project 2025. The Tea Lounge said, I'm back. However, I'm under the weather, so I'm just going to listen. Okay, my love. Make sure you're taking medicine, hot tea, whatever's going on with you. I pray for your speedy recovery. Shout out to Sugar Daddy Williams, who is also healing. Pray for your speedy recovery, my beautiful brother, Sugar Daddy One Williams. Shout out to the members of Spark Nation. You all got rocket power. And a shout out to my wonderful subscribers. Thank you. Book reading tomorrow. Book reading tomorrow. Join.
Went after drug traffickers and took 12,000 illegal guns off the streets.
The new foreclosure
this is what I'm going to be eating.
She took on the nation's
HUBBY made me a BLT
from homeowners.
Prosecutors claim they've duped desperate homeowners into paying thousands of dollars to get
with
them
fresh
out of
black
foreclosure.
cracked pepper.
She played hardball and delivered a
hungry.
$20 billion settlement.
This represents one of the largest dollar amounts to come to California.
And in 2016,
The fighter.
the people of California sent her to represent them in Washington, D.C.
Sugar Daddy says, I have a gift for you and Andre. Save an hour. Yay!
Judiciary and intelligence committees.
He's got a gift for us.
Hit the ground running. She came in with confidence. She
Sugar
was always
Daddy.
respectful.
I've been looking for it.
Easily. I wouldn't. Yes or no? And if an argument
Thank you, Sugar Daddy. We love you. I can't wait. We can't wait.
I'm not able to be rushed this fast. It makes me nervous.
And when Joe Biden went looking for his vice president.
Thank you for sharing my YouTube also. Thank you for sharing my YouTube channel, Sugar Daddy. Appreciate you. Share. Like. Smash that like.
To cap insulin costs for seniors at $35. To replace lead pipes and provide clean water for communities. And she helped create 16 million jobs.
What Democrats do, you could feel it, right? You could feel it. It's like what they do, you can see it. It ain't something that's untouchable.
She fought to reduce the trauma of gun violence that has devastated our nation.
Beyonce performing tonight.
College students had to have a drill during high
Dixie
school or
Chicks
middle school,
changed their
elementary
name
school,
to
where you
Chicks.
learned about how you
Might
need
be
to hide
performing
in a closet
the
or
anthem
crouch in a
today.
corner in the event that there was a mass shooter roaming the hallways of your school. Look at that. Look at that.
Maybe a Taylor
She did more than talk the talk.
Swift
She walked
sighting.
the walk, helping pass the first
Maybe.
bipartisan legislation in 30 years to curb gun violence.
So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she
Look,
always
Lil
stands
Jon.
on business.
No, it's not Lil Jon. Who is that? Who is that?
She has traveled the world to strengthen our
Lil
national
Jon.
security.
Not Lil
and
Jon.
restore
Future?
our
Who is that?
leadership. Meeting with more than
Rappers.
150 heads of state.
There are Democrats.
Stood shoulder to
There are
shoulder with our
Democrat
allies.
rappers
Stood
who
up to
vote,
dictators,
y'all.
helping
Don't
to
let-
unite NATO
don't get that
on
twisted.
Ukraine and impose punishing costs on Russia.
Gotta do a t-shirt on that. Don't get that
She's
twisted.
led the fight for reproductive freedom.
Restore Roe. 2 Chainz. Quavo. Okay. Thank y'all, Lola. Thanks, Lola. Thank you, T Lounge. T Lounge too. She scratches records for our channel. It did look like 2 Chainz, didn't it? 2 Chainz a little bit more buff looking, I think. Quavo a little skin up, Bonnie boy.
A powerful leader.
Y'all know I like big men. My husband's a big man. I'm not talking about big people out there. My husband's sexy. He's sexy.
She's the best godmother, auntie.
Sugar Daddy said was likely.
She's loving.
I was likely Quavo.
She's one of
Is
the
it
most
Quavo?
loyal people
Quavo, am I
you'll ever
pronouncing
meet.
Quavo?
That is
And then
why
Lola
I
says,
believe
I
she
just
is
seen
so
it briefly.
prepared to be our next president.
You're all good,
It's
beautiful
love she has for
people.
family,
We're
being
here
there for
together,
all
my
of us.
family.
That's how
Look, I'm
she will
good
lead
with
this
6
country,
people
being there
in a
for
chat
everyone.
room. I'm good with 3. I
I
probably lost close to 20, almost 20 subscribers since I've been covering the DNC. I'm good. I'm okay. Subscribers don't make me. Subscribers don't make me.
Their next president because you
What-
know there's too much on the line.
What really matters,
Thank you, Madam Vice
what really
President.
matters
Thank
to
you
a
for
channel,
bringing back the joy.
just letting you know, is your views, interaction,
Sometimes people will
the
open the door
reach.
for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't.
Analytics love that, and my
And then you need
channel
to
is
kick
getting that.
door down. We are not.
It's only a week. I'm just started. I'm just getting started. You haven't seen nothing yet.
voice for common sense.
Kamala.
A leader
Shout out to our LGBTQ plus family. Shout out to people who feel disenfranchised.
I now declare you spouses.
Shout out. Let's get franchised, will we?
understands the struggles.
Shout out to interracial relationships.
By the challenges of the past,
Shout out to same-sex marriages. Shout out to people with physical, mental disabilities. Okay, girl, snapping my fingers. Lola said she's snapping her fingers. Don't get me started. Okay, get me started. I'm needy. Feed me. Feed me. Like I say for Zeke Elliott, feed me. This is only the beginning. I haven't really started yet. Maybe I just started.
Wow. Bienvenidos todos.
Tay Cowboy says, that's awful. You don't have to agree on politics to love this channel. Exactly. I'm going to be tapping into everybody, everyone. Even I have Republican friends. Okay? I'm just debunking the lies. The disinformation. The chicks. Here we go.
This week,
I love everybody. I'm just saying that. I'm just saying it. I'm just debunking lies, disinformation, misinformation.
Donald Trump has been
Welcome to Rhonda.
speaking
Rhonda's
in
lovely
small
spots.
venues,
And I'm from
talking about
Texas.
small ideas.
Well, they have to get it better than
Our
that.
vision for
They
America
nasty.
brings
Those cats
us
are nasty.
together.
They cleaning each other.
Our vision for America embraces every
Tay Cowboy
community
says when
and
he does that, the
everyone.
crowd is gonna
Kamala
go
Harris and
crazy.
Tim
When
Walz
Zeke does
are
that,
working hard
feed
because they
me.
know our country is
Feed
great.
me.
They know that we can build a future for all
Feed
of us,
Rhonda.
and they're earning our vote
Share,
by laying out a
like,
plan
and you
that
have.
puts the American dream
And I thank you for
not
that
just
because I
within
share my
reach, but
analytics
so we can
from
fully
vidIQ,
grasp it.
my grade
By making
reports. I
sure
put it on there.
going to the grocery
And I
store
share with
doesn't
you
break the bank,
how
that we have
you all
control
inspired me
over
to post
our
over
bodies.
900 videos since
our
I've owned my
kids-
channel.
Kids like my own kids, Christian and
And
Elisa,
I'm Tay
have
from New
opportunities
Orleans.
to live
Hello,
healthy
she from
and
New
happy
Orleans.
lives. We'll get to know Kamala
By
a
the
little
way,
more, and I promise
Andre and I
you will not only
went
be
to New
more
Orleans for a
inspired,
week.
but also ready to fight for
We
a new
spent
way
a vacation out there,
and
we're going back, and we had a wonderful time. And Nolans, we had a wonderful time. And oh, she's introducing somebody, and those charbroiled oysters. Meg Ryan moment.
I know you all are having so much fun out there. Is that correct?
We got another DJ. What we got to get his name. Sarah was talking.
There's left to do, and that's to make sure that the fun continues right here, right now, the only way that I know how. The Chicago way, baby. Y'all ready? Let's go.
You're dancing again. Rhonda, you are too bad for New Orleans. Oh no, I see the kind of booty shaking out there. I see the booty shaking out there in New Orleans. You know, I got blood. I got blood in New Orleans.
Everybody hands up, hands up. Tonight, that's fiction. I'm outside, no pictures. You want me, go figure. To the back, to the front. You attended, girl. I know what. Hey, to the back, one time, to the front. Everybody, hands up in the air. Let's go. You a little boo thing, so I don't give a hoot what you do. Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl. I know. Tell me, tell me, follow something. Tell them I'm next. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Beautiful people, welcome to the party. Rhonda's Lovely Sparks is here. And my husband says I'm yelling too loud, probably.
National Education Association President Becky Pringle.
If I'm too loud, holler at your girl. Tell me to kind of turn it down a little bit, okay? I don't want to be blasting your ears. I know those dances in New Orleans, that booty shaking. I know about that booty shaking in New Orleans, Tay.
Of the largest labor union in this country, the National
Sugar Daddy said, if this was the other team, we'd be copyrighted.
Science teacher
for real.
30 years.
For real.
I can tell
PBS, I've been safe so far with doing this. So far, I've been safe.
Tim Walz, understand, when our public schools are strong, our nation is strong. They know expanding free school meals, investing in healthcare.
Get louder! And our Tay Cowboy said, get louder.
Creates opportunity.
Okay. Okay.
They will strengthen our schools, support our educators.
Invest in our children.
Our students live into their brilliance.
Your sandwich ain't going to get soggy.
Are not just
I guess I could eat.
They're dangerous. It's all right there in Project 2025. They will shut down the Department of Education.
Look at this BLT hubby fixed. Let me take a picture of it.
Educators pay a higher percentage in taxes than billionaires.
I pay over 38% taxes.
We are coming together.
Billionaires pay 8.25% in taxes.
On our watch.
Doesn't seem fair, does it?
Not on our watch. So we will organize and we will mobilize.
Hey, that tomato.
Win all the things.
Hello.
So come this January.
Riella said that tomato.
Who sees us?
Yes, Houston ISD is failing. They're firing teachers and leaders left and right. We need to protect our teachers. And Kamala, we got to vote in Kamala some guns, right? Which means Kamala's going to need the House and the Senate to help pass some things.
I'm Randy Weingarten, the president of the AFT and a public school teacher.
All right.
One of my first lessons I taught my students was about the social contract, how both individual freedoms
Taking a picture
and
of the
mutual
food.
responsibility are essential in our democracy. This covenant underlies our commitment to public schools, where educators prepare students to spark innovations, steward the environment, create our arts, and shape our democracy. Now, one of the first lessons my students taught me was you gotta walk the walk. That means Donald Trump and J.D. Vance can't claim they're pro-child while gutting funding for public schools.
Child abduction alert.
That means that being pro-family means we support access to good union jobs, affordable housing.
Yep, Biden's hands were tied without the House.
Education. That's what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz
And it's why he had to sign executive orders to get things done. It's why Obama had to sign executive orders to get things done because he didn't have the support. Even a few people on during Obama's presidency were Democrat and they still didn't support Obama. So, and then the second go around, Obama didn't have support from the House and Senate. So guess what? When you don't get support, you got to vote in executive orders. And that's what Biden has done.
Senator Alex Padilla.
Good evening, Democrats. Buenas noches, demócratas. My name is Alex Padilla, and I am so proud to represent the great state of California in the United States.
Here goes Sugar Daddy. Rhonda, that's why we need to give those midterms the same energy. There you go. That's why we have to give those midterms. Sugar Daddy said, that's why we got to give those midterms the same energy. Vote midterms. Just don't vote for president. Vote your local elections. If you can't vote on the day of election day, vote early. Right now, go to vote.org. If you're not registered to vote, or if you're registered to vote, go to vote.org and make sure your name is on the voting roll. Because they, Republicans, have a big habit of eliminating people from that list. Don't show up on the same day to vote without checking this every day. Don't check this just one time. Check this every day. Really, this is serious. They could sit up there and remove you.
As a state senator,
yeah, my hubby said the stakes are high. Even more so now than ever. It's real. I'm not selling you a bunch of BS. I don't do BS.
I knew her as a fearless United States senator. And my partner.
They want Trump in office to pass this Project 2025. Ain't nobody trying to scare nobody. I'm just saying Project 25 is scary. I don't know how I'm going to eat this.
And when Kamala became vice president,
I think I might have to.
I was honored.
I mean, I know how I'm going to eat it. I don't know how I'm going to eat this discreetly.
But I was proud to carry on legislation that she championed to protect workers, to safeguard public lands, to provide kids with more access to quality.
Thank you, because the chat is going to be available for replay for people if they want to look at this again. It's going to get messy. Mike Aldana said it's going to get messy. Yes, yes, honey. It's going to get messy. I have mayonnaise all up here.
To the United States decades ago. Es cierto. Mis padres, Santos y Guadalupe Padilla, vinieron a los Estados Unidos en busca del sueño americano.
Yes.
But today, we know that the dream is out of reach for far too many
families. Thank you, Sugar Daddy.
So my question for all of you
Sugar Daddy, have this. Some. I love sharing.
This November,
here.
Who's ready to defend
Gigantic. BLT.
¿Quién está listo a defender el sueño americano?
I took plenty of pictures. And I haven't forgotten. I'm listening to my brother here. I'm listening to him.
Kamala Harris will defend the dream. And between now and election day,
I haven't forgotten to post with Andre's jerk pork loin, the detailed recipes and everything for members of the members of Rhonda Southern Spark Nation. So I know I got to do that. I haven't forgotten. But I went ahead and just posted a picture. Yay! Let's win, baby. Look at this right here. Y'all know how much I love tomato with fresh black cracked pepper on it. Andre, what kind of cheese? With cheddar cheese.
For families
and this
across
great
our
bread.
Nation, the American dream
Nicely
starts
toasted.
at the same place.
Huh?
The place we call home.
He said Italian bread.
More than four walls and a roof.
I'm trying to get it right for my chef
Everything
Andre.
we hope for. The bedrock.
You just
from
spread
which
that
we
pepper.
build our
Okay.
own American dreams and write our own
We'll spread that
American
pepper.
stories. To share Kamala's vision to give more Americans a place to call home, please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge.
Welcome, Marcia. Trying to get my knife. I got this.
OH. Kamala Harris has fought to protect homeowners and renters her entire career. As Attorney
Getting an
General,
education
she
shouldn't be
held
so
big
hard
banks
for those who want
for
it.
their role in the foreclosure
Shout out to
crisis
Mike
and
Aldana for that.
billions of dollars for California homeowners. As Vice President, she and President Biden helped over 400,000 homeowners at the risk of foreclosure during the pandemic. And as President, she will build 3 million new homes and rentals, limit unfair rent increases, and offer down payment support for first-time home buyers. It's personal.
It's personal.
Kamala remembers her mother's pride at buying their first home after saving for 10 years. She knows housing is a human
10
right
years saving for
and
a
a
home.
pathway to the middle class. Where you live
That's better.
determines what schools your children go to, what health care you receive, and whether you can get a good job without spending hours commuting. Where you live too often determines how you live. Donald Trump has no idea how housing works for everyday Americans. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care about
He
that.
started his career
He
being
knows how
sued
Trump knows how to screw you over.
denying
Come on,
housing to black
independents,
families.
vote Kamala, please,
As
this year.
president, he sat by while the cost of housing skyrocketed. Now, we can hand the keys to our housing policy back to a negligent landlord, or we can elect a president who believes in safe, affordable housing for all. Let's ensure we have an opportunity economy by voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
Oh.
I'm Matt, and I'm a former Trump voter.
Hi, my name is Dave from Pennsylvania. I'm a two-time Trump voter, 2016 and 2020.
I voted for Trump before, but I'm not going to do that again. I think his agenda has really been awful for America. He doesn't care about ordinary people. He's never been one, never known any.
I'm extremely worried about Donald Trump getting into the White House again.
Toasted butter on that
All
bread.
these people who weren't working under the Trump administration, they now have jobs.
One thing I like about Kamala Harris is she talks about the issues. She talks about the economy. She talks about women's rights.
I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Please welcome California Representative Ted Lieu.
As a computer science major, I am so impressed with how large this AI-generated crowd looks tonight. I first got to know Kamala Harris during the Great Recession when I was a California state legislator. Millions of hardworking families were facing foreclosure. My constituents told me stories about predatory and unfair loan terms, and about how hard they were fighting to keep the homes that they loved. Thankfully, they had someone fighting just as hard for them, Attorney General Kamala Harris. She led an investigation of the mortgage industry to root out fraud. She helped pass the homeowners bill.
Yes.
And
it's got butter on the bread. It's Italian bread. You toast it, so it's got that buttery. And there's that cheese. Oh, there's the mayo.
Since those days, I've seen her continue to fight for affordable housing as vice president.
Duke's mayonnaise. That's his favorite.
She's going
Duke's
to cut
mayonnaise.
red tape so we can build more houses, help new homeowners afford a down
Try to
payment,
figure this out.
and take on corporations that unfairly hike up rent. Kamala Harris fights for affordable housing because she gets it.
Taste that tomato. Let's get that tomato
when
in.
Her mom was raising two girls, she did what so many parents do. Work early hours and work late nights. Pay the bills and put on a
Andre,
great
is there
face.
some more tomato in
So
there?
her girls did not know how hard
Is there more
really
tomato?
was. It shouldn't be this hard in America. And President Kamala Harris will make
Can
sure
you bring me
it's
some more?
not. She'll fight
No, I don't need it right now.
so that everyone everywhere can find a place to call home.
I'm eating the BLT on live.
I depend on Medicare and Social Security for survival.
I'm a recipient of Social
I
Security.
depend on Social Security disability.
Social Security and Medicare.
If we don't protect it through Kamala Harris, that Trump is going to take that money.
Project 2025 is going to be
I have to use that
disastrous
pillow.
for many of us. What are we supposed to do? Who's going to take care of us?
Rodney
Where are we
needs a
gonna
pick
live?
for the BLT.
I don't know, but I know I'm voting Democrat.
I'm supporting Vice President Harris because she will protect my Social Security and that of all others.
Please welcome Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin.
Hello, Democrats. And hey, Wisconsin.
Let me fix my sandwich.
I want to talk about family. We know that all families don't look alike. My mother was a teenager when I was born, and she struggled with addiction. I never met my father, but I had two incredible grandparents.
I'm powdering my nose. I'll be right back.
Me, David and Doris Green. Everything I know
I learned from them. In every way a child needs, my grandparents were there for me.
I'm back.
And as they grew older,
I don't believe powdering my nose.
To be there for them. So when I work to protect Medicare and Social Security, I do it with a personal knowledge of what those big programs meant in small but deeply meaningful ways to my grandparents. And I know what they mean for your parents and grandparents. But let's be clear, that is all at risk today. Donald Trump was asked what he would do about Social Security and Medicare. And he said,
I'm working on a sandwich. Oh my God.
There's a lot you can do in terms of cutting. Cutting? He's talking about cutting Social Security and Medicare while giving a huge new tax break to billionaires and corporations. Well, Kamala Harris is not going to let that happen. And Tim Walz is not going to let that happen. We are not going to let that happen. You know, they've got it backwards. We Democrats, we honor our elders.
Damn, you got them out.
Ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. Wisconsin's motto is forward. And my friends, that's where we're headed.
I know. That's a big, hi Mark Holmes. Shout out to Mark Holmes. That's pretty big, isn't it? I mean,
Massachusetts
look at that mayonnaise. It's all over. It's all over the place. I mean, really. It's really hard to be. It's hard to be modest eating this thing.
And when my kids were young, I sat down with my husband to go over our bills.
Damn, you got a big mouth.
That my entire income went to paying for childcare.
You're throwing it down real hard. I'm trying. I'm trying to do like you, Mark. I'm trying to like eat and wolf it down. It's hard. It's hard.
So many
but I'm
parents
going to win.
will tell you a similar story.
Here it goes.
They'll tell you that preschool can cost as much as rent, or that they drive over an
oh my
hour
God! It's a struggle. I'm not kidding. It's a struggle, but it's a wonderful struggle.
The workers who watch their children have it even worse. When parents have to choose between their kids and their jobs, businesses are hurt too. We shut out talent. We lose the prosperity parents could create. Childcare makes our economy run. And yet,
I don't know.
And yet,
I know I should be like providing y'all with speakers.
Project 2025
but
will eliminate.
They're introducing themselves. Maybe you need a little smaller, so you don't show.
JD Vance says affordable childcare is class war against normal.
But
people.
I do have.
You know what normal people want? A president who understands this shouldn't be so damn hard.
Lola says everything is better big.
Kamala Harris.
Right?
She's
Thank you, Lola, for having my back.
You've all heard Kamala talk about her mother.
Ooh,
she
my
was
God.
A brilliant scientist.
Mark said, I heard that. Did you say it like that, Mark? I heard that.
To make it all work, to raise her daughters, to pay the bills,
Sweet
to
tea.
keep the career she loves.
I have to do a little bit at a time. Pause.
Everyone can
my
find
mic is right here.
Childcare.
Just a little bit. Take it in like stride. Look at that bacon, y'all. Mayonnaise, Duke's mayonnaise. Hubby made this. Tomato is banging. The fresh black pepper. Oh no. The tomato and Italian bread. Sugar Daddy said yes. Press it good. Salt and pepper voice. Press it real good. Press it good.
Please welcome Colorado Representative.
Here it goes.
Jonah Goose.
You want me to zoom in? Y'all want to zoom in?
Thank
Really? I mean, really?
And I represent the great state of Colorado.
I'm trying to eat here.
My parents.
Let me eat.
My parents immigrated here from a place torn apart.
Oh.
They worked hard every day, made tremendous sacrifices, and taught me to never take for granted the educational opportunities that we have in this incredible
with
country.
You, Rhonda.
It's because of them and because of those opportunities that tonight their son stands before you
this is so
as
good.
Assistant
Yeah, I'm not
Democratic
kidding
Leader
you.
of the U.S. House of
The
Representatives.
bacon is a thick bacon that's cooked well. Got white stuff on my
My
mouth.
fellow Americans, let me say this clearly.
Pause.
Don't let anyone tell you that the American dream is dead. It is alive and well, and it will grow even stronger with Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Don't make me choke.
How do we know that? How do I know that? Well, it's because Kamala Harris
that's the challenge, and I love
that
challenges.
can be a ticket to the middle class, and she has
I love challenges.
to make it
That
more
sandwich, boy,
her entire
is a
career.
challenge.
As
ASMR.
California Attorney General,
I hope I don't get a strike for
for-profit
eating a
colleges,
BLT sandwich.
securing $1 billion for students who were defrauded. Alongside President Biden, she
I hope I
expanded
don't get a
Pell Grants,
strike for
secured
eating a
record funding
BLT
for
sandwich.
HBCUs.
Seriously,
And Kamala
YouTube?
Harris made public service loan relief a reality for teachers and first responders,
Almost through,
and
y'all.
firefighters,
I don't know if
and
I could
nurses,
finish
and
this.
countless others
Just to be
across
honest with you.
our land.
One more bite.
Vice President
One more
Harris
bite.
delivered before, and
Got
she
a
will
cat
do it
trying to play
again.
with me.
As president, she will build a brighter future,
Oh my
a
gosh.
more affordable future,
Got to push the
a
meat back
future
on
where
there.
going to college
Pause.
doesn't break the bank. A
So we
future
sure are
where
pausing a lot
my
today.
5-year-old daughter Natalie, who's watching us back home in Colorado right now, a future where she can live her dreams. So those are the stakes. Let's make it happen, America. Let's make history, America. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the 47th president.
It's so good. I'm
of the
losing my
United
clothes.
States. Thanks so much. God bless. Thank you.
It's so good. I'm losing my clothes.
I basically worked in public service my entire adulthood. Over 27
My God,
years. Seeing my mom work in the
A
public
ticket
service
to the
sector,
middle
it was
class
actually
will get
inspiring me. I'm like,
even
she does
harder
more to the community
under
than she is
another
for her own
Trump
self.
presidency.
As a single mother, I knew I wanted my daughters to have a better life than I did. So I said, going to school will help me. I was here to put the bills to the side, but I know she was mounting. I know she was drowning in student loan debt. Then eventually my loans got to $800 a month. I paid it. I did what I was supposed to do. But I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be in debt until the day I die. When the Biden-Harris administration first announced the public service loan forgiveness, and I rushed into my mom, like, apply for this.
My daughter has a student loan debt.
Opening up my mail.
Yeah, Christiana said, did she get some money for it?
Public service, your loans
Her student loan debt
have been forgiven.
I don't know if she got any partial
I
help,
had to pinch myself.
but my daughter's really looking forward to getting some relief on the student loan debt. Student loans are high interest loans. Just to let you all know, who don't know out there.
But I don't think anything can ever stop me from my goals because I saw her do it as a single parent with twin girls, with life pushing her down so many ways, but she continued to rise up. She has been the force, the motivation for me to want to continue to work in the public service agency. With this loan forgiveness, I can plan for my future.
Loan forgiveness.
I was able to purchase my very first.
Let me tell you what's also
it creates great opportunity for my daughters. It creates
in Kamala's
stability.
policies.
Thank you, Vice President Harris, and the entire.
If you have medical debt,
thank you again and again.
Anything
and again.
dealing with
so
medical debt, medically necessary medical debt, they're going to have it removed from your credit report. Daydream 90s in the house. That's my grandson's favorite song, y'all. Here's my grandson. Hello, Daydream 1990s. Welcome to the party. Too hot.
Everybody just clap. Girl, say hallelujah.
Ooh.
Say hallelujah.
Ooh.
Say hallelujah.
Ooh. Say hallelujah. We dance to celebrate. It's cultural for all of us.
Don't believe it, just rise. Come on. Don't believe me, just rise. Don't believe me, just rise. Don't believe me, just rise.
I get off beat when I get real happy.
Anybody here ready to have a great time with me tonight? Let me hear you make some noise. I'm DJ Metro from Chicago. Let's go.
Woo! Go Michael Jackson! Pull them clothes up. Don't stop. Don't stop. The king of pop. Mike Aldana says the king of pop. 21st, don't stop. Don't stop till you get it up. Scratching them records. DJ scratching the records like T Lounge.
DJ Metro, I'll be back for more later.
All right, I love that flavor. Okay, speaking of flavor.
Please welcome Durham, North Carolina Mayor Leonardo Williams.
Hot. My sound is falling apart.
Hailing from the Tar Heel State. Home of Duke
I'm getting it in. I'm getting it in. Huh?
I am Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina.
Leonardo Williams. Thank you, everybody, for
my wife Zwayli and I
fighting for
our
the people.
We drove to schools,
our politicians.
doctors' offices.
They're working hard
just to give out
for us.
Samples. And eventually our friends asked.
Trust me, politicians don't get rich from this. Just letting y'all know.
You know, it takes capital.
Politicians don't get rich.
To chase a dream. And during the Trump administration, they did not make it easy. Not for folks like us. So what I thought was, I guess not everybody can have a multi-million-dollar loan from their father. So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008, we launched Zwayli's Kitchen.
All right.
America's first Zimbabwean restaurant.
I'm drinking sweet tea.
The Biden Harris administration helped make that a reality.
I need some more ice.
Make that dream come true.
It's so good.
Entrepreneurs like us.
So good.
Now, thanks to
I'm eating a BLT sandwich my husband made. I'm going to post pictures on the channel tonight. Ooh, she got caffeine. She got caffeine. Yum.
We're not alone. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina. Kamala Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy that can break down barriers for entrepreneurs like us. And as president, she will support risk takers and problem solvers who want to just do their part and claim their piece
of the American dream. And also, I want to thank Maya from Nevada, who has served her famous dumplings for the past 3 years.
Sounds good. Famous
and
dumplings.
Open new locations thanks to the historic support for small businesses. And Robert, I want to thank you from Minnesota.
Daydream says, I drank a Kickstart Mountain Dew today. Well, you must be moving fast now.
By Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And Paul from Arizona. Paul, who's a commercial cleaning company, landed huge contracts thanks to the Biden-Harris manufacturing boom. So Kamala Harris,
You had it with your Portobello.
she knows entrepreneurs like these. She knows that we are the backbone of our community.
Portilloa burger and fries. It sounds so good.
Let's win this.
Perillo's.
Thank you.
Perillo's burger. Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds yum.
Please welcome Illinois Representative Raja Krishnamurthy.
Tell you what,
America against America.
My lineup doesn't match the lineup they have today. That's why I haven't been posting it.
And it's how they think they'll win.
So different.
They know the only
Maybe
way
I'll get it later, but I don't.
Is if we beat ourselves.
Lineup's different.
In Congress,
than
my
mine
job
online.
is to study China's economy. And mark my words, they want to see Donald Trump across the bargaining table. Because he'll start endless trade wars that raise prices for Americans.
Portillo's.
Because he'll cut programs that train workers in America.
Sounds good.
But most of all, Trump will pit American against American. And that's what China wants. For us to fight amongst ourselves. Because that's how we lose. But we're not going back. What does Kamala Harris tell us? When we fight, we win. Because Kamala Harris knows how we fight best, not American
cheat meals are good.
American. She knows that when we fight as one country, we win. When we fight as one team, we win. Which is why when Kamala Harris wins in November, we win. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, elected officials, for fighting for our country. Thank you for working so hard.
In a future
so I had Portillo's double bacon, cheeseburger, and French fries. That's a Daydream 1995. An incredible cheat meal.
With affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave, and all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Please welcome.
It's a BLT sandwich, Andre. It was a BLT sandwich. Who's that?
Here's a real question. Mom's asked me in Pennsylvania, what am I supposed to do if I can't afford diapers? In just 6 months, a box of diapers went up $15. The corporations say prices are up
that will hold up for a while until tonight.
It's in the bag with the diapers. Prices are up because these corporations are scheming to drive them up. Most companies are good companies. It's the food conglomerates that sit behind the supermarkets, the faceless wholesalers. They're the ones who are extorting families at the checkout counter. This is greedflation. I've been fighting it a long time. So is Kamala Harris. And finally, we're starting to win. When Big Pharma jacked up the cost of insulin, we passed a bill to stop them. Now, for millions of Americans, it's capped at $35 a month. So that's one. I've been fighting to ban price gouging on food. And next year, when she's president,
not if.
Kamala Harris will sign a bill to do just that. So that's another. And when corporations take advantage of a crisis, like toilet paper during the pandemic, we'll hit them with harsher fines when Kamala Harris is president. Now, Americans don't expect stuff to be free, but we do expect it to be fair. The people I'm talking to, from Allentown to Erie, they don't tolerate being ripped off. Americans are hardworking, honest people. And that's what we've been fighting for. We're fighting for honesty. I'm fighting for it. Kamala Harris is fighting for it. Will you fight for it? All right, let's go out and win this thing.
Hey, Eric Wallace. Shout out to Eric Wallace. Welcome back, family.
Please welcome Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren.
There's Elizabeth Warren. Check her out. Big Democrat. Big Democrat. Big D. She's one of these big-time Democrats, Elizabeth Warren.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala.
Right now, I'm checking out my registration through that website, vote.org, and it says, are you registered to vote? This will take 30 seconds. I just completed it. I put in my first and last name, my address, date of birth, my cell number, my email, and I click check your registration. It just sent me a response and it said, you are registered to vote. Just takes 30 seconds.
And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor.
Put in your information.
You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how. And basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers.
That's true.
But Kamala, she cares deep down.
And she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on
she used to be a presidential candidate
extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family. Shoot,
okay, y'all.
I wouldn't let those guys.
I tore it up.
Trust them.
Here's the last bite.
Couch.
I ate it all. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Here it goes. Last bite.
We need Kamala Harris. This election is about
Spike Lee is back. He's supporting Kamala.
Future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is.
Right, a shot at JD Vance.
Our hearts.
Yeah, Michael O'Donnell's here.
Let's elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States.
That woman is a bulldog in Congress. A bulldog helping the Democrats, serving the Democrats. She's the the bulldog of our party. She fought and helped. It's amazing. Y'all dancing? Come on, Michael O'Donnell.
We're going to do this real big because we got a good feeling.
Come on, Eric.
Presidency. Now let me see your hands up one time. I got it.
Muscle tough. Jump! Jump!
Boring ass goddamn Republican, huh?
Woo-hoo! Michael O'Donnell says, jump, 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 jump,
Because
jump,
in this
jump.
nation, we're all one big family. Let me see.
Come on. Celebrate good times. Come on. It's a party going on right here. A celebration to us throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We're gonna celebrate. party with you. Come on now. Get it up, get it up, get it up.
Let's all celebrate and have a good time.
Celebration.
We go celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you.
Whatsoever.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you guys in just a little while.
Lord.
Thank you.
Party just started, y'all. Beyonce not here yet, but she's on her way.
We've got ourselves a party in here, Chicago. All right, Democrats, we know that a secure future depends on strong global leadership.
Gotta get that bacon grease off them lips.
Kamala Harris has been tested on the world stage. She's faced down threats.
It's
stood
greasy, it's
shoulder to
greasy.
shoulder with our allies and engaged in the serious work of safeguarding America's security. Please welcome to the stage an Army Ranger, my colleague, Congressman Jason Crow.
I don't see Dixie Chick. I guess they could be on there later. Well, they're not Dixie. Oh, here comes the big
Before
book.
serving in Congress, I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. Over 100 combat missions in Iraq and Afghanistan taught me what
The book again.
really makes America
900
strong and
pages
secure. You see, it's not tough talk.
Of
It's not chest
stuff
thumping.
that he's
Because in war,
got from probably, this is not the
and
facts.
trust me,
I'm just
I know
I'm
a couch
exaggerating
commando
right
when I
now.
see one.
Did you ever thought maybe he probably got that from North Korea
Real strength
or
and
his
security
friend Putin
come from our
to
people,
put those ideas together
from
in
our
that book?
allies.
We don't know. I'm not
Donald
saying
Trump's
that's
Project
true at all.
2025
I have thought
would
about it.
abandon our troops, abandon our
I'm hoping that I'm
veterans,
awake
our
when she
allies,
speaks.
and our principles. In Chapter 4,
Hope so.
Trump
If
plans
not, it'll
to
be
do
available on the
Trump's bidding
replay. Okay, T. I know you're
by
not
abandoning
feeling well
Ukraine
today,
and
so it'll
walking
be
away
available
from
on
our
the
NATO
replay.
allies.
But I know the partying is
chapters 2 and
contagious.
3,
It's contagious.
He plans
It's
to fire
contagious.
our national security and military professionals and then replace them with mega loyalists.
Yep,
But I
Tito.
refuse to
Mike
let
Aldana
Trump's
says,
golf
Couch
buddies
Commander.
decide when and how our friends are sent to war. When we join the military, we raise our right hand and we take the oath. We know that it comes with sacrifice, but we also know
This is really
that
good.
it comes with a promise
What's the brand?
that America will have our back.
Delicious.
Trump will break that promise. In fact, in Chapter 20 of Project 2025, he plans to slash veterans' benefits and then privatize VA healthcare. As a paratrooper, we learned that the leader of the unit jumps first, and then the others follow. Leaders always go first. But Trump, he would push your son or daughter out of the plane and then abandon them when they come home. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who will always have their back. That leader is Kamala Harris.
That order going place.
And together, we will make Kamala Harris our next commander-in-chief.
Exaggerations, but just like when he said Trump will push your kids out the place, that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's some things that. But I'm gonna tell you something. From what I heard and what I pay attention to, Trump did.
President Joe Biden and I, along with our entire country, are grateful,
Trump did
deeply
grateful
speak about slashing Medicare and Medicaid, and then they're coming back and they're saying,
and for your excellence.
well, he
United States
denied it.
military,
He denies everything.
Without any question,
Doesn't mean he didn't
is
say
the
it.
strongest and best fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is because of you. Each one of you.
Andre, we got a Red Dead Redemption
Please welcome
that he
Michigan
just posted an hour ago. We gotta see
Alyssa
that.
Slotkin.
I'm gonna put. I see the Red Dead Redemption video, Sugar Daddy. I'm gonna save it to watch later. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan. Go blue, go green, my peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the country we all love. I was recruited by the CIA.
You got a problem with politics? Run for office.
Alongside our military.
This is a free country. You know you can run for office.
Under presidents of both parties, and as an acting assistant secretary of defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security.
Okay.
Because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision is based on our values. The values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War. We believe America should inspire and lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together.
Vote.org said that they have
And guess
already
what? That takes
registered
friends.
over
You gotta have friends to do that.
500,000 new voters this cycle,
Vice President Harris
including more
understands our
18-year-olds
strength
than
abroad
any
is
previous
inextricably linked to our
election
strength
cycle.
here at home. Our schools,
Yeah.
a strong
And
middle class, and
it
the
has
health
set
of our
an ambitious
democracy.
goal of registering 8
So, for everyone here and
million
everyone watching,
new
I want you to
voters.
proudly claim your patriotism. You are here because you love your country. Do not give an inch to pretenders who wrap themselves in the flag, but spit in the face of
Wrap
freedom it
themselves in the
represents.
flag. Go ahead. Amen to that. This is a good
This November, let's elect a president who will lean forward to embrace the future. Because America doesn't follow. We do not retreat.
Right.
We are the damn United
Right.
States of America. We lead.
There are some NFL game tonight. I'm going to still be here for the DNC celebration till the end. But we will be watching it on the TV. But my live party comes first for the DNC. So I'm going to have this live.
I proudly represent in Congress
Like all week.
are the
I'm not shutting it
4,400
down.
cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet.
Right.
That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid, send you to war and take their measure. And every time Kamala Harris looked back
Okay,
with respect,
Lola.
with reverence,
Thank you.
that day
Lola says she'll be back.
I saw our next commander-in-chief.
Hello, Nadia Liska
You learn the honor
90.
code.
Welcome. Welcome to the DNC watch party. The last night. Thank you so much, my beautiful sister, Nadia Liska 90. Thank you for being here.
Every word in that code. A serial liar, cheater,
thief who looked soldiers in the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers and losers, who insulted Medal of Honor recipients just last week. I tell you what I think of Donald Trump. They told me I can't say that word on TV. I'm going to use an army term, FUBAR. If you don't know FUBAR, Google it.
Miracles and blessings, everyone. Else hope all is well. Show Najalista 90 some love, everybody.
Rising up as patriots to demand our next
I'm
president
looking up
be
FUBAR.
someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with
Got a
respect,
feeling what I think it is.
with dignity, with decency.
Thoroughly confused, disordered, damaged, or ruined.
Like Kamala Harris, our next commander-in-chief.
Yeah, FUBAR. He said he can't use the other word, but he can use that and look it up. So I looked it up.
We are not done. I'm trying to tell you guys that I want to see you
baby!
dancing and moving around. Get excited with me and say, I'll see y'all too late. Got nothing in
Swifties, rise! My husband is a Swiftie. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you. It's not a term of endearment. He said it's not a term of endearment. Hey. Shake it off, shake it off, shake it off, shake it off. Come on, y'all. Haters gonna hate, hate, hate. Shake it off. Shake it off. Trump hates Taylor.
Come and move that in my direction. Thankful for that. Representando para mi latino aquí conmigo esta noche.
Yeah.
Oh, you are my sunrise on the darkest day. Got me feeling some kind of way.
Here we go, y'all. Y'all ready? Despacito. I love this DJ.
Please welcome the president of the National
I'm
Action
watching
Network,
Chicago Bears versus Kansas City Chiefs. What's up? My pick is Chiefs. There's Al Sharpton. Don't he look great? He looks so great.
Thank you.
Hey, Al Sharpton.
Thank you.
I don't think he spoke at the last one, did he?
Thank
He
you.
didn't speak at the last
Good
one.
evening.
Harlem in the building. There's my. You know, I called his radio show, and I talked to Al Sharpton on the phone. I called him twice.
Where candidates stand.
He does answer the phone.
Economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers. Well, I'm going to bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight. Because they were not executed.
Bring them out, bring them out, bring them out.
Continue to fight.
Got chills, y'all.
But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday. Kamala Harris
Harlem in the building. That's what T-Long said.
About unity and passing
Harlem
bills.
representing.
All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he can get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote, while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia.
Right.
I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to Black Americans.
Oh, my God.
I worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking Black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when Blacks do their job.
He's not a race baiter. You hear that bullshit out there about that. He's not. He just has a strong voice for people like me, too.
That have done a job on us. Tonight we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president.
Wow,
and 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a Black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States.
I am so happy, Nigellista. Yes, I am Nigellista 90s. I am overwhelmed in a happy way. It's my dream to have diversity of age and complexions and race. I love you and thank you so much.
We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back.
We won't go back. Ooh, got chills on my body.
We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back. We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education. We suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
We won't go back. Serious. Yeah. We won't go back. We won't go back. Won't go back. Won't go back.
So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back.
Yes.
This November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning.
Yes.
We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, 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 joy coming in the morning.
Oh my God. He speaks my language. He speaks to me.
I want to now, since I was a teenager, what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five. Now they are the Exonerated Five.
Y'all remember that?
Raymond Santana,
don't sleep on it.
Richardson,
You don't know. Now you know. The Exonerated Five is here. Oh my God, I got chills on my arms. I have chills. Bless y'all. Oh, we're so happy to see them. Hubby said once a congressman in New York City now.
The one on the left, the dark one.
The dark complexion gentleman. The tall one is in office. Oh my God, there's our babies. God. It's 4. 1, 2. Where's the 5? The 5th one. We pass away.
Good evening, people.
We pass away.
My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day, as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times, calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us.
There's a movie on
Now,
Netflix.
I'm proud
I don't
to
think
stand
I've seen
with
it,
him
have I?
today.
We haven't seen it. We're gonna look for it, okay? Thank you. I love your recommendations. You know we follow through. We're gonna look for it.
Vice President Kamala Harris has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
It's under a different name. Okay, I'll look for it. I'll Google and look for it.
Guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers.
He's a congressman, the one speaking.
I am Yusuf Salam.
Okay, they said he works for New York City. They call him a councilman. Commissioner? Councilman?
A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem.
They vote. Y'all, Harlem voted him in. Bless you. Love you, Harlem.
Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today, we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it.
Oh my God.
That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict.
When they see us, 2019. You write that down.
He dismisses the scientific evidence.
Thank you. I'm writing it down.
Rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will.
Thank you, Mike Aldana.
That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us.
Yes. Amen.
And
we
together,
will. There go Jesse Jackson. Yay!
Let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say one day, I want you to say, see us. One day.
See us.
One day.
See us.
When they see us.
When they see
America
us.
will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last.
Thank God Almighty. We are free at last.
God bless you.
God bless you.
And God bless the United States of America.
Amen. So this has been 5. Is that right? I have to count 5 of what?
Before the Central Park.
Wow. Our country is built on justice, and people's lives, as we just heard, can be harmed when we fail to do justice. But Kamala Harris fights to do justice. No one knows that better than the prosecutors who fought alongside her. These are their stories. I'm Amy Resner. I was a colleague in the courtroom when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise
McCray was the
for
missing
the
one.
people. For Kamala, practicing law was always about protecting the vulnerable and giving the victims a voice. Women who were sexually assaulted, children who were mistreated and sexually abused. She helped them navigate their nightmares and demand justice for their injuries. And she did it all with grit and grace, intelligence and heart. She was a remarkable prosecutor, and she will be a remarkable president.
Survivors of sexual assault struggled to be heard over the cacophony of voices demeaning, discrediting, and vilifying them. When powerful offenders are allowed to manipulate public opinion by attacking their victims' credibility, all victims suffer. Those words are from the 2021 amicus brief filed by RAINN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, in the case of E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. As a legislator and lifelong advocate against sexual violence, I urge all of us to stand together to support survivors, believe them, and hold perpetrators accountable.
I'm Lisa Madigan, former Attorney General of Illinois. I worked with Kamala Harris during the Great Recession to protect homeowners from foreclosure. As Attorney General of California, Kamala met thousands of people on the verge of losing their homes and their faith in the American dream. She demanded big banks provide mortgage relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground, and together we prevailed. For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to Kamala's determination, countless Americans have a home they can call their own.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans. His employees were told, put those applications in a drawer and leave them there. Wow. It was straight up housing discrimination. It was racism, and civil rights advocacy put an end to it. Kamala Harris has a plan to build more housing, keep rent prices fair, and help more people own homes. Donald Trump, you denied Black people the American dream, and Kamala Harris is creating a future where every family, yes, every family has a place to call home.
I'm Nathan Horns. In 2010, I went to college in California to pursue my dreams, but ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay. Then, Kamala Harris stepped in. As Attorney General of California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as Vice President, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration came in, canceled all Corinthian student debt, and gave us back our futures.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University.
Whoa.
I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was credit card debt and a fake diploma. Some lost their life savings. Some lost their homes. Donald Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit. Kamala Harris fought scammers like him, and as president, she will continue to fight for you, for us, for the people.
So I posted the fifth one of the exonerated five. He wasn't there. And I put in there that
Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey.
That he currently resides in Atlanta, Georgia, with his wife and 6 kids and leads a very quiet life. He avoids the media ever since the lawsuit was settled back. In 2014, Antone has stayed away from the public eye, and he suffers from severe PTSD from that experience.
But our community and our country, to give people a sense of security and safeguard the
Najalista 90 said, Sister Rhonda, I know you are happy to have people like myself and Daydream. We are both in our 20s. and we care about the election. I am very happy. I'm ecstatic about it. I appreciate you all. You all make up a very important part of my YouTube channel. Welcome, my loves. If you all could also share, get your friends to the ones that you trust. Ask them to join, subscribe to my YouTube and spread the word. We thank you so much for being here.
Because they knew she would help them find justice. And she did. That's the Kamala Harris I know. A few weeks ago in Massachusetts, I watched a little girl meet the vice president. Her eyes were so wide, as open as the future. Kamala asked her about the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her, anything but defense. Kamala put her hand on her shoulder and replied, me too. I love offense. That's what it means to be for the people. Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States.
Mark Aldana said he's watching a Chiefs game too.
The case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September. We face a stark choice in this election.
Colts and Bengals on
a felon and con man, or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law. That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the people. It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris should be, she must be, the next president of the United States. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Please welcome survivor and advocate Courtney Baldwin.
Good evening, Chicago.
Evening, Courtney.
I'm Courtney Baldwin. In 2013, I was sold for sex in cities across California.
Oh, boy.
By a trafficker who controlled every aspect of my life. During those dark moments, I held on to hope that one day I'd be seen as more than a victim, that I could pursue my dreams, and that my trafficker will be held justice. I didn't know it yet, but waiting for me on the other side were people who were fighting for survivors. One of them was Kamala Harris.
Okay.
As California's Attorney General, she fought Backpage.com, the website that let me and thousands of others be bought and sold. She filed criminal charges against its owner that shut down the website for good. No one has ever done that.
She was trafficked, Andre.
Vice President Harris is fearless.
What brave woman.
Compassionate.
She's a brave woman.
And she still gives me hope. She's protected people like me her whole life. And I know she'll fight for us all as president. Thank you.
Yes, she will. Thank you, baby. What a brave woman.
up at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's the only way to beat the Phoenix heat.
I don't know why.
It's just like opening
I don't know
an
why
oven.
that was showing dark.
I
That was
work on the light
strange.
rail. It's a good way to tackle the
You
climate
know?
crisis, but the clock is ticking.
Amazon, ain't it?
Climate change is one of the greatest con jobs ever. All of this with the global warming and that a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax.
Hurricane Beryl is the earliest Category 5 on record.
Climate change isn't a hoax, and it's not happening in the future. It's happening right here, right now.
Here in
I
Phoenix, the most
exfoliate my
consecutive
lips.
110 plus degree
This
days
light
in a row.
does damage to my lips, so I gotta
He
keep them
proceeded to solicit
moisturized.
$1 billion from the fossil fuel companies because if elected, he would roll back environmental rules and repeal regulation.
Trump's Project 2025 agenda gives tax breaks to big oil and completely tramples the middle class. Trump would gut clean energy jobs like mine. This word gives us security and economic freedom. Trump would rip that away. Kamala Harris sees the future differently. She's a clean energy champion. She took on big oil that gouged Americans. Harris was the deciding vote that passed Democrats' epic clean energy investments. Kamala will fight for climate and clean energy policies that protect our health and hold big polluters accountable.
When I'm live, I have to moisturize.
Ticking, it is banging.
I have to
And that is
moisturize.
why President Biden and I made
Because
the
that light can
largest
do
climate
damage, so
investment in America's history. We are not
moisturize and
going
reapply.
back.
I was raised to care for my community. That means jobs for my guys and a clean energy future.
I'm on here for a while. 2 hours and 21 minutes.
Please welcome
I have to do the
New Mexico
maintenance.
Representative Deb Holland.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have to do the maintenance while I'm on live. I don't see a lot of people do this for hours and don't do the maintenance. Now drink your water, hydrate, take your vitamins.
In my Karis language, greetings, friends and family. My name is Kresh Turquoise, and I'm from the Turquoise clan. 35 generations ago, my ancestors built lives in the high desert of New Mexico. I am on this stage tonight because of them. While fishing with my dad and running through the desert with my cousins, I learned that we have a responsibility to take care of our planet. Donald Trump never learned that lesson. He called the climate crisis a hoax.
He did.
He made it easier for big companies to poison our air and water. An American president must lead the world in tackling climate change. We need a president who understands that assignment. That's Kamala Harris. I know her record. She helped pollute
Pink is going to perform tonight also. Pink.
Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as vice president, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for a future where we all have clean air, clean water, and healthy communities.
you. Love seeing our tribal nations. My mother is Cherokee, partial Choctaw. Means I have that blood in me.
But sometimes workers don't get the invite. Do you know where the auto workers are?
I haven't seen anybody from the UAW.
Nobody from the UAW? After we struggled to find any auto workers at Trump's rally for auto workers, we hit the road to find out what Democrats have been up to. The Inflation Reduction Act is helping to fuel a boom.
I love that Inflation Reduction Act.
9 million new clean energy jobs over the next 10 years. Once in a generation investment.
I thought that American manufacturing was supposed to be dead. Here I am looking at one of the biggest auto mega plants being built. We talked to workers in rural Tennessee who joined a union for the first time to build one of the largest battery plants in the country.
We have 20-year-old people thinking about their future. We never did that.
I got things now that I never thought I could have. Generational wealth. I'm working on that. Medical, dental, vision, pension, something to fall back on when it's all over with.
We went to Vegas, where union workers are building America's first high-speed rail. To Lordstown, Ohio, where auto workers who lost their jobs under Trump returned to work at a new battery plant.
This could be the future. This could bring industry back to Lordstown. We saw it its heyday, and here we are. We have the opportunity to make the battery.
Breaking news,
workers are replacing every lead pipe
Humphrey
in the city.
becomes highest paid center. I mix a little football. I'm an NFL fan of the Dallas Cowboys. My husband is a New York Giants fan. I have to say this to people who don't know.
It's easy for stories like these to get drowned
So
out by
we're
fake
watching
worker
also the
rallies at
Bears and the
non-union
Chiefs.
plants.
And I have live planned our Democrat National Convention, the last day, which is today, Thursday, August 22nd.
Only one party has invested
And we're going to
trillions in clean
celebrate
energy,
by
bringing
seeing,
back
I don't know, I heard
manufacturing,
Beyonce's going to be there.
putting
But I do
workers at
see
the center
pink
of
on
it
the
all.
schedule.
And this is just the start.
Please welcome John Russell.
Hello, America. Thank you to the workers that make this convention happen. Let's never forget how essential all of our labor is. I come from Appalachia. We kept the lights on in this country for generations. But the wealth made by our broken backs and our black lungs never did trickle down. And Washington listened to rich men demanding that we stick with dirty energy at any cost. Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home after years of both parties putting profit above people. Now, Trump, a billionaire, says that he'll take on the elites, but then he promises handouts to big oil, and he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism that insists we are too different to get along is just divide and conquer by a different name. There's another sort of populism with roots in this party that we in West Virginia know well. They called us rednecks back in the 1920s because striking workers from all different races wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now, right now. It is our choice to build on this progress and to create a political home for the mass of working Americans fighting for control over their government, their workplaces, and their planet. And it is our moment to live up to. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're taking an allergy medication.
When our
Cuba students passed one of the first climate justice policies in our nation. Vice President Kamala Harris showed up.
She came to highlight our initiative because she believes in us.
Last year, my dad retired after spending more than 30 years working at one of our country's most polluting power plants. Donald Trump doesn't care about people like my dad. I know Vice President Harris will put working families ahead of big oil billionaires.
Kamala Harris approaches climate policy through the eyes of future generations, like mine.
Okay, speak
As new
for
voters
Texas.
and as new leaders, I'm excited to join Harris.
That
in
the
the fight
billionaires
for
in
our future.
Texas, these are facts. They buy the Republican politicians.
Please welcome Florida
And they give them
Representative
talking points
Maxwell
to
Frost.
promote their agenda. Y'all got to do the maintenance on my body while I'm live. I got to take care of myself. Clean my skin.
I'm also proud to represent Central Florida.
That's why my skin is so
You
clear.
might expect me to talk about how climate change will impact our future. But as a Floridian, as a Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress.
It takes a while to fix what someone else has effed up.
That tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment.
Right.
This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic.
Right.
And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country.
Yes.
When you love somebody,
Wow.
you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job.
Right.
And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
I like him a lot. I like him a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, if y'all are ready to set Madam Vice President and keep her in the White House, let me hear you make some noise! No matter what, talking money in my mind, I can never get it up. Every time I step up in the building, everybody's hands go up. Let me see. And they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there.
What do I do?
And they stay there. And they stay there.
What? Tell me.
And they stay there. I want to hear you nice and loud, Chicago. Are there any union workers here today? Make some noise.
Make some noise, baby. Union workers. Hey, make some noise.
Are there any teachers in this building? Make some noise. Now everybody hands up.
Na 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 na.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm DJ Metro. We'll be back for more.
Thank you, DJ.
What's up, everybody? Stephen Curry here.
Stephen Curry's there. Stephen Curry. Where's Lola?
And that unity on and off the court reminded us all that together we can do all things and continue to inspire the world. That's why I believe that Kamala, as president, could bring that unity back and continue to move our country forward.
Love it when someone is in sports and can speak about politics.
Making sure families can be taken care of during the most precious times. I got to visit Kamala with my team in the White House last year. I can tell you one thing, I knew then, and I definitely know now. The Oval Office suits her well. In the words of Michelle Obama, do something. Go vote. Be active. Let's show out in November like never before. It's been an honor for me to represent our country.
Yes.
It's an honor to support Kamala. So let's all do our part. God bless.
God bless. Thank you, Steph Curry.
Please welcome Democratic nominee for U.S. Congress in Alabama, Shamari Figures.
Shamari. Hey, Shamari. Shout out to Shamari.
Good evening, America. And hello, sweet home
Alabama. Home sweet home.
I am running for Alabama's 2nd Congressional District. This is the district that gave America the Tuskegee Airmen, Rosa Parks, Fred Gray, and it is the birthplace of the Civil Rights Movement in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course, this district is home to Mr. Good Trouble himself, Congressman John Lewis.
He's my, I think, 3rd or 4th cousin.
Look, my pathway to this stage.
I know we all kin to each other. I have to name drop that.
My mother, Alabama State Senator Vivian Davis Figures, who is
That's
here at her
something to be
11th
proud about.
PNC. And it also includes my father, my late father, Michael Figures, who was also a state senator and civil rights lawyer who sued the Klan into bankruptcy.
Wow, sued him into bankruptcy. Yeah.
Listen, all of America, all of us owe a debt to courageous freedom fighters, both known and unknown, a debt that can never be repaid. But what we can do is ensure that the work of those fighters who came before us continues.
Hey, T-Lounge, is she still here? Hey, honey. Good to see you, T-Lounge.
She's working to protect our freedoms every single day.
Yes, it is.
And that's why she will sign into law the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Act once it is introduced by Congresswoman Terry Sewell.
Let's get this passed.
Listen, America.
The John Lewis Civil Rights Act is sitting on the table because we can't get Republicans to do shit for us, so we just can't. We can't just give our life and put it in their hands. We also have the George Floyd Policing Act that's sitting on the table. We're trying to pass it. We can't pass it unless we have the House and the Senate. George Floyd Policing Act. John Lewis Civil Rights Voters Act. These are things that have not been passed yet. Because we had to have a House and a Senate. Hi, Lola. Thank you. I can get loud, y'all. I can get loud.
Tonight, I got to send a quick message. Madrecita querida, I love you.
Oh.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what everyday Americans are going through.
I'll be right back. I'm going to the powder room, okay? I've been on here live for 2 hours and 38 minutes. So I'll be back. I don't want to miss it. The juicy stuff that's coming up too, okay? All right, thank you for being patient. I'll be right back.
Something about that too. Please welcome my dear friend, our fellow Texan, our next senator, Representative Colin Allred.
There's Colin Allred. Gotta come back. So Colin Allred used to play for the Dallas Cowboys. Plus, when we lived in North Texas, he ended up winning and turning over a red city and turned it blue.
A congressman from Dallas.
From Dallas, calling all red. Don't sleep on it.
And this November, I'm going to beat Ted Cruz.
He's running against Ted Cruz here in Texas. Texas has some very big fights to win, and we can do this, and we will.
Kamala Harris. You know, like
Colin
Kamala,
Allred
I was
is
raised
there.
by a single mom.
When you see people like that, that means
Who often worked 2 jobs to make ends meet.
we see people showing up at the DNC. Kamala is sharing the money that she's raising for her party with these people so they can win the election.
Community in Texas gave me a chance to chase.
Hey, Miss TR, what's up? Miss TR's here. I'll be right back. I'm going to the powder room. Please hold it down for me.
Representing my hometown in Congress. Now I'm the guy who's going to turn Texas' Senate seat blue.
Right. Turn it blue.
You know, in the NFL, we had a term for guys like Donald Trump and my opponent Ted Cruz. Me guys. You know the type. Talk a big game, only care about themselves, but you don't want to be stuck with them at a barbecue. The truth is, America has never been about me. As President Obama said, the single most powerful word in our democracy is the word we. We the people. We shall overcome.
Right.
Yes, we can.
Right.
And we've got a message for the me guys. We is more powerful than me. We will protect and restore reproductive freedom. We will secure the border. We'll protect Medicare and Social Security. And we'll turn the page and write a new chapter for this country. And elect Kamala Harris to be the next president and beat Ted Cruz. Thank y'all so much. God bless you. And may God bless Texas.
I'm Anya Cook. This is my husband, Derek, and our daughter, Anea. 2 years ago, a miscarriage nearly killed me. At 16 weeks, my doctors told me to prepare for a stillbirth. I needed care. But my state's abortion restrictions kept it from me. I miscarried in a bathroom. I'll never forget my husband's face as he tried to stop the bleeding, trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I'd lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but we can choose a different future.
Yes, I'll be back.
I'm Craig Sicknick, and this is my mother, Gladys. My brother was a U.S. Capitol Police officer, Brian Sicknick, a hero who died after defending our country on January 6th.
Oh, your brother died.
My family knows how dangerous Trump is. He incited the crowd, while my brother and his fellow officers were putting their lives at risk. We need a real leader, not an autocrat who is stuck in the past. Brian, we miss you every day.
I'm Gail DeBoer. I've had type 1 diabetes since I was 11. Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life. President Biden and Vice President Harris have moved mountains to help. Medicare can
finally negotiate prescription drug prices. Insulin is capped at $35 for Medicare recipients. And when elected, Kamala Harris plans to extend that cap to the rest of us. That's the future I want. That's the future I am voting for.
I'm Wani Romero, owner and CEO of Mothership Coffee in Las Vegas. I put in work to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration's support kept us moving. I hired staff and we grew. We've more than doubled in size since the pandemic, and it's just not us. Over the last 4 years, 19 million new business applications have been filed. Like Trump, I grew up in Queens, but unlike him, I built my business with grit. That's my story. That's the American story. Let's turn the page on Trump.
I'm Eric Fitz, and these are my sons, Christian and Carter. I always try to set an example for my boys, to teach them compassion, accountability, and resilience. I want those values to be reflected in our leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is lobbing insults or telling lies. I'm tired of all of the hate. It's time to move forward together and build a country our kids can be proud of.
And give me some water.
Please welcome the Bulls' official drumline, Chicago's own Pack Drumline.
I'm gonna have a glass here. You took it out?
I just seen it. It's my different.
No, it's not that good. It's just solid newspaper. Bye. I'm back, everybody. What's up? How we doing over there? How are we doing, everybody? I'm working hard. I'm working hard. I'm working hard for you. Just made it back from the powder room. The drummers. You know, that's what Kamala loves too. It's the drum line. She loves that drum line, don't you? Y'all know Kamala, you know she loves the drum line. Hey, Cowboys from New Orleans. A lot of people don't know that New Orleans has Black native tribes. Yes, they do. My roots are in Louisiana too on my dad's side. Yes, the children are our future. This is America. This is America.
Party's not over, Chicago!
Here we go. Y'all ready? Get low. Y'all ready? From the windows to the walls to the sweat drop. Go to the wall. To the sweat drop down my. Go ski, 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 ski. What y'all know about that? Y'all know anything about that? I know you do, especially Take Cowboys, T-Lounge. My God, Donna, don't be shy. What? Shout out to California, Chicago, everybody around this beautiful country, Wisconsin, Texas, Patterson, New Jersey. Why you mad? Fix your face. To the moon. Yeah. What y'all know about that? Let's go. Hey! Beyonce! Down, down, down. Come on, y'all. Y'all know, don't have to be from Texas. You could love Beyonce and not be from Texas. You got world love. Go ahead, Mike Aldana. In my city, it's a tornado in my city. It ain't pretty. Yeah. Ain't no hold 'em. Hey! Down, 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 down. So park your Lexus and throw your keys up. Stick around, round. Come on. Now I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Come pour some sugar on me, honey, too. Real life, hold down. Don't be a bitch, come down to the floor now. Let's go, baby. Dance with me. Come on.
Let me see you make some noise right now.
Make some noise.
Let me hear you make some noise.
Bless you, Andre. Is that John Mellencamp? Y'all dancing with me? Get it up. Get it up. Get it up. Get it up. Come on. Get it up. 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 Let's go. Oh, Miss TR. Sometimes I get off beat. Cats throw me off. Ever since I've been a cat lady, the cats throw me off. Miss TR says she's here. She's over there. She's over there. She's over here. We dance. We celebrate. Did you hear me? We dance. Jubilation. We express ourselves. We express our culture. We express our heritage. We express support, celebration. That's why we Democrats dance. We don't suppress ourselves. We have to shake the haters off. Shake them haters off. Get off me. Get off me. Shake the haters off. Y'all happy? Wave your flag. This is America. We take care of our own. USA. Y'all singing over there? Y'all singing over here? Singing over there? Here, there. Born in the USA. Come on, baby, dance with mama. Come on, daddy. Come on, daddy. Dance with mama. Shake it while you got it. Born in the USA. That's right. I was born in America. I'm an American. I'm a Black American. I'm not African. I have African blood, but I'm an American. Let's have uncomfortable conversations. Let's make those conversations comfortable. You just party it up, Democrats! And shout out to Republicans who are not voting for Trump and who are voting for Kamala. Thank you for making that switch, this selection. And hopefully you can join our family and stay. Kelvin Bossman Fat, Joseph's playing for the Chiefs. From what I'm watching right now, we are 2. Bears 7, Chiefs 0. First quarter, 1:34 seconds left in the first quarter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed yourself with me. My name is DJ Metro from Chicago.
Thank you, DJ Metro from Chicago. Shout out. Yeah, we haven't really started the party yet. What? Hey! I'm going to have to get way low for this. Get back. Get back, cats. Shoo, get back. I got to get low. Let's get low. He's fighting for a roster. Oh, really? A roster spot, Mike? You ready? Let's get down. Let's make it nasty. We're nasty. 3 hours until Rhonda's live. Ready? In America. Eye to eye. Yes. In America. Hand in hand across the nation. Living in America. Here we go. Y'all ready? Ow! Let's get low. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him, Mike. Woo! Get nasty. What? What? Rhonda? What? It's just nasty. If James Brown was alive, if he was still alive, he'd be there tonight. Trust that. Oh, James Brown shuffle. Hey. Eye to eye. Yes. I'm shuffling with Mike Aldana. Don't stop the music. We just started. Don't stop the music. I just started. I'm just warmed up. Y'all kiss my butt. T Cowboy says, party.
Grammy Awards and the biggest US female group of all time, the Chicks.
Ooh, the Chicks are here. Y'all don't know, but they used to be Dixie Chicks. Look up their history, how the Republicans' Tea Party trashed them a long time ago. And here we go. Let's listen to it. Early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, says that star-spangled banner yet waves. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Go ahead, Dixie Chicks. Go ahead. Play ball. Miss TR says, play ball. Play ball. 3 hours. Rhonda has been live for you for 3 hours as we bring in our new presidential candidate to represent the Democrat Party, Kamala Harris. She comes in live today to accept the nomination. This is the finale of this board meeting. Kerry Washington! Ah! So happy. Ah! Yes.
Welcome to the final
She's going to be sworn in, accept the nomination. Miss Carrie, that's my girl.
It's been extraordinary. And tonight, we hear from our next president, Kamala Harris.
Yay!
Now, as I stand here, I know
it's prom time now.
On social
Y'all
media
ready?
already
Y'all
saying,
ain't ready.
Go back
Let
to your
me hear
TV
you.
show.
Talk to
Shut
you.
up and act.
Right.
But I am not here tonight as an actor. I am here as a mother, as a daughter, as a proud union member. I am here as the granddaughter of immigrants, as a black woman descended from enslaved people. I am here tonight because I am an American and because I am a voter and because we, the people, are stronger when all our voices are heard.
Carrie's been a strong Obama supporter. She has a new show out.
Standing on this stage, but I am not the lead
It's
character
on Hulu.
in this
Watch
story.
her series.
You are.
It's great.
All of you. You are the messengers. You are the fixers.
Yes.
Dare I say it, you are the Olivia Popes. You are the superheroes saving this democracy. It is you, not me, who have the greatest
It's not JFK, it's RFK. And he is the black sheep of the family. He's never been there. Okay? I'm not saying it's healthy mental health issue. He's just an asshole. So it's not JFK, it's RFK, right? So are you talking about?
Somebody bring me my phone.
He's disowned by the Kennedys.
I want to capture
not a
this
Kennedy.
historic moment and share it with the people that we love. Oh,
All right, Carrie, what you got for me, Carrie? You are wonderful. Don't apologize for anything here, y'all. Who is this? Who is this?
We're going to take this video, guys. We're all going to take it together. We're going to post it to social media, text your friends, send this
Oh, yeah, he's a co-actor.
You're going to say, are you ready? Okay, let's record. We're recording. You ready, Tony? Yep. Okay, ready? When we fight,
we win.
We fight.
We win.
When we fight,
we win.
Are you ready for Kamala Harris to win?
Yes.
Good, because when Kamala wins, America
we win. When Kamala wins, America wins.
We did it, Joe. Thank you, Tony. No, you
Cheese.
Bye, everybody.
Tony Goldwyn, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's great. They acted the same show together. I forgot the name of it.
Okay.
He played the president with
It's
her.
come to my attention
Scandal?
that there are some folks who struggle or pretend to struggle with the proper pronunciation of our future president's
Okay.
name.
Kamala? Is it Kamala?
So, hear me out.
Okay.
Confusion is understandable. Disrespect is not.
You're talking about Trump disrespecting her name.
We are going to help everyone get it right.
Right.
Here to help me are some very special guests.
What is it, y'all? Let's see if I got it right. Who's the guest?
Thank you, ladies. Can you tell us your names?
Hello, everybody. My name's Amara. And my name is Alila, her
The
little
kid's
sister.
gonna teach us how to say her name.
What are you here to do?
To teach you how to say our auntie's name.
Auntie.
Okay.
All right, all right.
How do you pronounce it?
First, you say comma like a comma in a sentence.
Kamala.
Then you say la like la 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 la.
La 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 la
Put it together,
la.
and it's 1, 2,
Kamala.
3. Kamala.
Not
Let's
Kamala,
practice.
Kamala.
Everybody
Comma.
everybody over here say comma. Everybody over here say la.
La.
Together.
Kamala. Kamala. Like the comma? La. So little kids got to teach Trump. We had to teach people how to say Obama Hussein. Barack Hussein Obama. Still. Kamala. 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 A comma in a sentence. Comma. La 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 la.
Please welcome
Hubby's talking to the
Nina
cats.
Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Exactly, Mike. Mike Aldana said to trigger number 45.
Hi, I'm Nina.
I'm Ella. And I'm Helena.
Their names are
I
beautiful.
grew up in Oakland, California, in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom.
Hopefully you all can see that okay. Miss TR did shine my lens.
Who showed me the meaning of service. Helping her sister, a 17-year-old.
I did shine it. I'll wipe it again.
Fighting for justice for the American people. And still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me. Now she's guiding my own children.
Oh, that's
and I know she'll guide our country forward.
The one in the white is Tim's.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager.
Okay. So auntie.
Like a lot of young people,
okay,
I didn't always
that's the
understand what I was
husband's
feeling.
kid.
But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not going to stop listening to all of us.
Pretty girls. Hi, young ladies. They are the future.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ
plus
equality,
my vitamins,
and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
You need a spray bottle?
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together. So let's keep up the fight. Let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
So wonderful. It's so precious. So precious, precious.
Please welcome actor and comedian D.L. Hughley.
All right. What? Usually he didn't get into politics. Spike Lee and D.L. Hughley. All right. Our black men standing up for our beautiful black woman. Okay.
Now, wait. Where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't won one debate.
Yes.
I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this. Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican.
Hair scheme, nail vitamins.
And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way to keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala.
Good.
Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream. That hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things.
Right.
As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life.
Good to see him speaking out about
but I have to
in
say that I
politics.
didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record.
Right.
And I often repeated them to a lot of people.
He did. Remember I told you?
Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done.
Right.
Something a lot of people I know had never done before.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search.
Right.
So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world.
I told you he wasn't for it. D.L. Hughley has apologized to Kamala and said I was wrong about the things he said about her.
My grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America.
Go ahead, Hughley. Hughley running for office, huh?
The best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you want. And we won't go back.
That is amazing. Remember how D.L. Hughley was negative about voting? He admitted right here. He said I was wrong and he apologized. Go ahead, Hughley. A whole new respect for you, baby.
The energy in this room is electric. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country. In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right?
Right.
Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country
Today is the
thrive.
last day of the
We do this for the
DNC
planet and for each
2024,
other. We do
Ms.
this
TR.
for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Thank you, Kerry Washington.
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
Chris Swanson. We dance in jubilation.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side.
Yes, I think last month or something. Can't really remember. A couple months ago.
We laid down our riot gear.
Miss TR.
And we embraced the community.
And instead of hate, we chose hope.
Tay Cowboy says, I just don't get attacking her when she's done nothing wrong. Maybe they don't agree and that's okay, but attacking her character stinks. Glad he manned up and apologized. Exactly.
And denigration.
Exactly, Tay.
Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader.
Thank you.
As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up.
Good.
As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together.
Mike Aldana says RNC's convention was
needs a leader
when Joe Biden was still the Democrat nominee.
And bullies.
Andre Hubby said boring.
One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country.
Go ahead, boy.
Let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope.
Yes.
Yet again. Thank you.
Turn hate into hope. Go ahead. I vote for you.
We were contemplating adopting, and then out of nowhere, I got pregnant. Jordan was so much fun as a child.
When all of a sudden,
Oh no.
He aimed at Jordan. Jordan didn't deserve to die that way. Reports of an active shooter at a high school.
These students have now lived through so many of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
most of the body is so mutilated that only DNA tests
Michael McConaughey
could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
You never get over it. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street. As attorney general, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As vice president, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation in 3 decades, keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, expanding background checks, closing loopholes.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala understands the fight we're in.
The power is with the people.
Yes.
And gives people like
Yeah,
me,
Mike Aldana says gun violence montage. And Tay Cowboy said, get over. Did he say that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, they Democrats put their face up there. And they,
For every town for gun safety. Georgia Representative Lucy McBath. When I worked for Every Town for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America,
she lost her son.
I saw firsthand the power of telling
Her son
our
was unalived.
stories. You've just heard mine.
but there are many more to tell.
Yeah.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's a part from each area. This is Sandy Hook right now, yeah. And then they're going to speak, unfortunately, I'm sure, from Texas. Yeah. We have to talk about it so we can remember. These poor babies lost their life. We have to talk about it.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde.
Uvalde.
The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again. My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop. That what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too. That we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Yeah.
Our are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve.
will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
There go Gabby. There go Gabby. Gabby was at a rally with someone with a gun, shot up a bunch of people, but shot her in the head. This is her husband who ran for her office position and won, but she's living, and thank God to that. She survived.
I'm Gabby Giffords. I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert.
We fight for causes that oftentimes are not our own making, says Mike Aldana. Thank you.
For 5 years, I served in Congress from Swing District. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people.
Yes, Mark
6.
Hamill, yes.
Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived.
She survived.
I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does.
So good to see her.
Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything.
Wow. Joe Biden still texts on Sweet Lady.
Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo!
She's alive, y'all. She survived. She got shot in the head at a rally. Some idiot. And that's her husband. Yes. I think he's a favorite astronaut. He's a former astronaut. He flew to space. And I think he's run for office and he has office. They voted him in.
I
free.
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence. Parkland happened, and all I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Oh, the parade in
Vice President
Chicago.
Harris
Out
has
of
been
Chicago.
a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have two options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden and Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
These are young kids experiencing awful things. And they're strong enough to talk about it.
Three-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
Pink! There go Pink, everybody! There go Pink, everybody!
Searchlights, we can see in dark. We are rockets, pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts.
Is that her son? Is that her son?
Sold us down the river too far.
Ooh, pretty voices.
What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers?
Yes.
What about us? What about all the broken happy ever after?
Yes.
What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved.
Ooh, he sounds wonderful. I wonder if that's her son.
We came when you called, but man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever after? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster?
What a song.
What about love? What about trust? What about us?
Mama? Mama?
Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then you ready? Are you ready? I don't want control. I want to let go.
That's Nippy.
Now it's time to let them know. What about all the times you said you had the answer? Broken, happy ever
After. Oh, they sing. Wow. And they're
What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
Thank you, Pink. Nippy, yes, she loves attention. Nippy is the one who gets emotional when I get emotional. So Nippy will come up to me and look right in my face, my nose, Like, calm down, calm down. And she likes fetching. She likes me to throw something, and she goes and gets it and bring it back.
And global prosperity.
She's just skinny at the top and wide at the bottom.
Of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals, freedom and liberty, inspire billions, and our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force.
We are very fortunate.
That underwrites
strongest military in the world is here, America.
And our national security.
Yes. Mark Kelly's up
Please
next.
Yes.
Yes.
Arizona Senator Mark Kelly.
And that Gibby Gafford's husband? Isn't it?
Hello, Chicago.
The lady that just got through speaking, that's her husband, isn't it?
Hello, Democrats.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink.
There, Gabby and Pink.
Gabby amazes me every single day.
Yes. What a woman.
She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times.
Okay, yeah, 4 times in space.
Into combat nearly 40 times.
Wow.
Not once did I do that by myself.
Right.
It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong.
Exactly.
Iran, North Korea, and especially China.
Especially
watch
China.
Closely.
China owns
What's Trump's answer?
TikTok.
He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed.
Oh, well, I'm looking here. Fact check
America's
says
support for NATO,
TikTok is not owned or controlled by
Ukraine,
Chinese government. Oh, okay. That's what PolitiFact
for
said.
the Ukrainian people.
I heard differently.
On the
It's
Senate
owned by a
Intelligence
Chinese
Committee,
company.
She investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends
Okay, it's
free
owned by a
and fair
Chinese company.
elections everywhere.
Well, that's
You
not good.
already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself.
Yeah.
Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us.
Right?
Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans.
She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred.
Yes.
The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier.
We're fighting for
on one
the
mission.
moral compass for our country. Yes, Mike
State by
Aldana.
state,
Ooh, I vote for Mike
voter
Aldana.
by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So,
I love him.
let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Mr.
everybody.
Kelly. Love you.
Thank you.
What an amazing man. You support that wife, boy. Lord, have mercy.
Please welcome former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
Leon Panetta. What? Oh, Leon. Okay, I see his face now. I didn't see his face at first. Okay.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense.
You got some guns on him, boy,
I've
in his
looked
pocket.
into the eyes of
Yeah,
our
on his
warriors
resume.
and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our special operations forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead.
Ain't nothing weak about Democrats.
Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do.
Right.
That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief.
Right.
To defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk.
Yes, not Trump.
She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never.
Right.
Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch.
Right.
She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our
can't relate.
veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps.
Right. God dang.
Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one.
Right.
So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January,
Right?
our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Go ahead. You're not in that committee.
Please welcome Arizona Representative Ruben Gallego.
Ruben Gallego.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted. fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust.
Okay.
We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD.
Right.
For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We are proud to wear the uniform, and we're proud serving our country in city halls, state capitals, the U.S. House, and the Senate. These veterans represent the best of our country. We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves.
Yes.
But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain losers. John McCain was an American hero. Show some respect.
Right.
Trump's Project 2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Thank you. We love our military. My uncle served the Vietnam War, and he got a Purple Heart. He earned a Purple Heart. My mother's brother. We love our military family.
Please welcome Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Here's Gretchen.
Please welcome actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Oh, sit down, Eva Longoria.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it.
Yes.
Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now.
Right?
You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back, each other's dreams, because Kamala to dream big too. So let me tell you, we have a saying, "Si se puede," which means yes. It means yes, we can. But
Yes, we
tonight,
can.
I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, "She se puede."
Right?
So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, "She se puede." When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, "She se puede." When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say, "She se puede." Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris.
Watch parties everywhere. That's right. I had a gigantic BLT sandwich that hubby fixed me today. And it was gigantic, and I ate it all.
Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
Please welcome former Illinois Republican Representative Adam Kinzinger.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Adam Kinzinger, and I am proud to be in the trenches
I'm going to
with
see if I can
you
find your dad, okay?
as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend
Not injured
truth,
that he's in the database.
defend democracy,
Let's give me
and
some.
decency.
Albert.
I was just a kid when I was drawn to the party of Ronald Reagan, to his vision of a strong America, the shining city on the hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us.
Right? Oh, I think I found my granddad's
this country just as much as we do.
There's my granddad. Oh my God. All this time.
And they are as eager to defend American
Never thought
values
about
at
looking it
home
up.
and abroad as we
Married to
conservatives have ever
Corinne,
been.
Lillian Lucas, 1922 to 1947.
I was relieved to
They married
discover
in
that because
1944.
I've learned something about my party too.
Wow.
Something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party.
He did.
His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness,
Sapping
our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim
dangerous.
To stand for liberty
Everything that we're listening on here, to hear all this, when there's people overseas is asking, how did you get him? How did you all let Trump win that election? How did he become president?
Weirdly obsessed with Putin.
People overseas know about our politics more than a lot of the people here in America. A lot of people overseas care about our politics more than people here in America.
Yeah, he wants to be vice
all
president.
These things that they've been talking about, you have to ask, what the hell?
Gifts that our forebears fought for. Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man.
Right. Weak.
Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles,
I suspect you belong here too. Because
Mike Aldana says country over party.
Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny. And when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Let's say this.
Please welcome lawyer, policy advocate, and sister of the Vice President, Maya Harris.
There goes sister, Kamala's sister.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us.
Wow.
She raised us to believe
Sorry, I just saw
that
something
we could
online
be
that I found.
and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story.
United States Navy, Vietnam.
We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives. But what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation. And it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past,
vote.
My sister says, hold up now. We are not going back.
What is birth certificate?
Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us.
She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala.
He discharged after 4 years and he enlisted.
Without missing a beat, she said, "That's enough. You got work to do."
Okay, that's senior. Let me look up Sam.
She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please welcome North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Hello, America. I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us. And we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand
We're
up
ready.
and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us?
We're ready.
All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to
Yes,
fight?
we're going to stand up, baby.
Are we going to vote?
We're going to vote.
Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
We're fighting.
She grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you in school that hour. Where your first grade teacher would show up at your
Yes,
law
she
school
died at 25
graduation.
years old. I'm
It's where
now
Kamala Harris
finding
learned what
this
it means to be in the
information.
middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a
Online.
working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
On my uncle.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there was a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history. She was the first woman to be elected vice president of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and capped the cost of insulin. And led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't.
His parents are right here.
And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, She's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
You see the come on, you feel it coming on. Come on, girl. Come on. Let's do this. This is a sense. This is what I just found out today. Clinton, Custer County, Oklahoma. 54 years old. Hey, Reese's Cup, what's up? Welcome back. Tired but here, I know. So glad you're here.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening.
Look at us, oh my goodness.
Good evening, everyone.
She's like, oh my goodness.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we gotta get to some business. We gotta get to some
Reese's Cup
business.
said, hey, Mark,
Okay.
Mike, let's
Thank you.
Miss Tiara and Tasha Cowboys.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
thank
you're
you,
showed up
thank you.
just in time,
Thank you,
Reese's
thank
Cup.
you, please,
Yes.
Thank you. Please. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start
Now, just the
by
timing.
thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much.
We love you
To
too.
our President Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we
She
have
looks
traveled
great
together,
in blue.
Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. America, The path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected.
It's like if you are looking,
But
like
I'm
that,
no
you're played
stranger
out,
to unlikely
If you feel like
journeys.
that today, you're played out.
So, my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she
That's their
crossed
jobs.
the
You know,
world
they're
alone,
ex-president,
traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music.
Welcome back, Lola.
Coltrane,
and welcome
and
home.
Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris, none of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent.
This is the last day.
And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool.
I love you.
She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health. And she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night.
Beautiful.
She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother.
What is this?
And she taught us, and she always She also
Oh,
taught
they said
us,
Long John Silver's have a
and
cute place
she
out
also
there.
taught us, and never do anything
Woo,
half-assed.
I wish you would have brought me some
And that
fish.
is a direct quote.
Oh, okay.
A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement.
Right?
My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work.
Yes.
I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend
tomorrow
Wanda.
was Saturday.
She was sad at school. And there were times
serious. I'm
she
like
didn't want to go
waiting for
home.
Tristan tomorrow.
So one day I asked if everything was all right. And she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us.
Right.
And she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the
baby. You gonna
victim,
stay home tomorrow?
but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day,
did he run fever?
In the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words. Kamala Harris for the people.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother,
of course,
and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans
remind
like
me just
the
when you
people
come
I
over.
grew up with,
We'll definitely do it.
people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story
I love you.
could
We're so glad you're
only
feeling
be
better,
written
Tristan. I love you.
in the greatest nation on earth.
Thank you, Mommy.
I
What do you
accept
say? I
your
love you.
nomination.
She accepts the nomination. Okay, we love you, baby. Okay, bye-bye. Yes, I know you can hear me.
And with this election,
She accepts the nomination.
And with this election, our nation,
Now it's official.
This election
She has to do this.
Fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Peaceful transfer of power.
I will be a president who unites us.
Good night.
Around our highest aspirations.
Good night, Miss Tiara. Thank you for your support and love.
And listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people.
Well,
From
I mean,
the
this is a
courthouse
campaign too.
to the White House,
And
that
she's
has
being
been my life's
transparent with
work.
us.
As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation.
She's going to help homeowners get $25,000 down for a house.
For veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges. For workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of
We need you, Kamala. We need you.
our communities.
I have a knife, Andre.
And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for.
So Tristan went to the doctors. He got tested, and all his tests came back fine. He just has a little bronchitis, and she's going to keep him home and give him they're going to give him medicine. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
This election is not only the most important of our lives.
Every time she goes back to school, he catches something,
important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Right.
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election.
Right.
Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers.
Mm-hmm.
When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy.
Hubby is asleep.
His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our
Hubby
own
is asleep.
citizens. Consider the power
It's
he
time
will
to
have, especially
party.
after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors. And its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America,
Right,
we are
Reese's
not
Cup.
going back.
We're not going back.
We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back.
Not going back.
And we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget.
We're not going back.
Within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
Right, Reese's Cup, we're not going back.
Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump. Because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Thank you.
Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. Yes. With this election, we finally finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
You've been waiting on John Lewis, that one, and also the George Floyd.
And let me be clear.
Don't say anything about that yet.
After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Thank you.
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate our global
Says
leadership.
he's still here. Listen to Kamala's speech. Thank you.
On the other hand, threatened to abandon
Appreciate your
NATO.
support.
He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
Go ahead.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear.
Bring peace between the Jews
let me be clear.
I won't be able to bring peace between Jews and Palestine, but let's try to stop this war between the two and bring get our hostages back.
To defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7th.
Yes.
Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival.
Right.
At the same time,
they were kidnapped.
What has
they were at a music festival and they were kidnapped by Hamas. That's what started the
So
war.
many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
She does, Miss Tiara. Don't she look great? She does look younger.
And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces
The Gaza
and
conflict
our
is a
interests against Iran
tricky
and
issue to
Iran-backed
navigate.
terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are
Right.
rooting for Trump.
Right?
Rooting for Trump.
I bet you Trump got his playbook from Kim Jong-un and
They know
Putin
he is easy
for the
to
Project
manipulate
2025.
Syrian favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
Go ahead! Go ahead!
So fellow Americans,
Woo!
I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go,
Providing
in
Israel with
everyone
arms,
I
yet
meet,
still wanting
I
a
see a
ceasefire
nation
doesn't resolve this
that is
issue.
ready to move
And then the
forward.
T Lounge says that playbook
Ready
has
for the next
been in the
step
works since
in the
1983.
incredible
Yes,
journey
Project
that is
2025
America.
has
I
been put in
see
place,
an America
inspired,
where
yes,
we
T
hold
Lounge,
fast
through the
to
Reagan days.
fearless
And they've been
belief
building on that.
our nation
They've
and
been building
inspired
on
the
that.
world.
That part,
here
Mike.
in this country,
It's like we got to do
anything
something
is
now,
possible.
or
That
what's
nothing
happening,
is
it's
out of reach.
it's evolving worse and
An
worse.
America
You know, where
care
those
for
countries
one
surrounding
another. Look out for one another and recognize
Israel
that we have so much more in
are
common
being funded by
than what
Putin,
separates
right?
us.
Weapons, money, whatever. Because Putin, he would love to have Israel. Israel is this little, and it's surrounded by enemies. They're not that. Israel's not that big, so it's still growing. And you got people like Iraq and people, well, let's say Iran, who are jumping on the bandwagon to even think it, to even be inspired by Putin to start attacking
everything is.
Israel.
Well,
so Israel's just protecting a very small piece. So they can live in their religion, in their heritage, in their culture, and they're harassed by what's surrounding them. And that's a problem. I got a problem with that.
Let us show each other
the Jews, boy, they've been going through.
Who we are and what we
I can't even name what they've been going through. It's not a word for it.
Compassion, dignity.
Lola says, y'all teaching me a lot about politics. Yeah, we're all learning from each other. We're all learning from each other. Once you understand it, then you know you can know how to fight.
In the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
That we can hold our flag up and be proud about holding our flag up now.
Let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter.
Let's pull it, let's bring her in.
Extraordinary story ever told.
Ever told.
God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Most extraordinary story ever told. Which side of history are you going to be on? Like Cory Booker was saying before also. Like Ann Richards' daughter. Several people said when your grandkids ask you, what did you do? What did you do? Are you going to be proud about what you did? It's all about setting the example, because trust me, whether our grandkids or kids probably sometimes act like they don't want to be like us, they do. And they will be like us. This is why Palestinian Americans wasn't granted a spot to speak during this convention because they thought this would have offset the momentum of the convention. And true, they are protesting outside. I mean, we know that our country is made of the freedom to protest. And then Lola Cowboys, Rhonda, she got a facelift. Maybe she just got some rest. People, do y'all think I got a facelift? She's old. She's what? How old is she, y'all? Yeah, they said probably. I don't spread lies or rumors, but this is maybe. Botox maybe filled up with cheeks, made her cheeks fuller. Her teeth are even noticeably different. You got the money? It ain't gonna hurt you. You could do it. I mean, me, I use like a chin wrap to bring my cheekbones up. In her 50s, she looks super young and she's glowing. Ain't that the truth, Miss Tiara? There's a lot of conflict, and we have people that we can vote into place. Here's a balloons, baby! How beautiful! To help us feel confident and safe in this administration. Biden started it. Now we just got to help Kamala get in office. But if we don't say and do something now, and this is just my opinion, okay? This is just my opinion. And do a ceasefire, then it's going to get worse because World War III can start based on something small. So if we can start a ceasefire and try to put a lid on this, even though it ain't going to shut off all the issues, but then working They know what they're doing. Some United States ambassadors, NATO, some people try to continue the peace talks because this has been brewing for a very, very long time. This just didn't start. You know, we are a country where Putin would love to have because he can't grow shit where he lives. Kim Jong-un, whatever his damn name is, he's tired of living over there. He wants to go to Disney World. I'm just saying. So these people are tired living in their dilapidated countries where it's not thriving and they're bored. So we have American history where there's always war because someone's having war to take over land. That's what the wars have been about because the land has something of value. Gold, diamonds, oil, food, space. So we have a lot of enemies, but we have the strongest military in the world, especially our Navy, the strongest in the world. It's why it's so important to keep voting so we can continue not only to protect ourselves, but to also protect our little family. Not only to protect ourselves, but to protect the future of the little ones, right? I mean, good night, Tea Lounge, how we are today, how we behave, how we react, how we respond, how we do something is going to help the future. We can't be selfish. We have to think about that. And even let's say you don't have nobody, you don't like nobody. You just throw your vote out there for Democrats. We don't give a shit about you. Because these people are going to benefit from these policies, regardless they like them or not. People are benefiting from Obamacare. People are benefiting from all these policies that we have that are put into law. So we're so excited about these glass ceilings that we are going to break as voters. We're so excited about, especially about the people who are Hollywood and famous people like Stevie Wonder, Lil Jon, and all these famous people, actors and actresses who have come and have shown the country that they support Kamala and that they understand, like D.L. Hughley, that this is very serious. This is Kamala's family. This is Tim Walt's family. We're so excited about what we see today. And I want to thank everyone for your support. We've come a long way. Don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. It helps my analytics when you stay to the end. And I might come back live. To finish the talk. But we're going to go ahead and end this. Stay until I leave. Thank you so much for your support. Let's continue this conversation in my next live that I'm going to have coming up. Thank y'all so much. Bless you. And let's bless the United States of America and Kamala. Let's get out the vote. Vote.org. Check. Check out your status. It's free. In 30 seconds. Oh, I did eat. I ate a big old BLT and I had some peaches. And I'll be back probably in about 30 minutes. Love you all. Thank you. Peace, joy. Love y'all. Just thank you. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you for your support. Bye-bye.